Well. Good morning, everybody. I forgot to hit the webcam. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. There we go. Hello. All right, it's been a couple days, but wanted to make sure I'm all ready to go for this tournament. So here's the deal. I didn't think that the tournament would still be going on. I mean, I went to bed at midnight and it had just started. Now, we could watch what's happening live and then do the Rex at the end, or we could just start going through the Rex now to watch it from start to finish. It's over? Okay. Well, then we'll do the Rex then. Perfect. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to get the Rex, because unfortunately, Heavenly Chorus said, you're on your own. So we are on our own. So the first set was Viper versus Andy. And let's go ahead and download the Rex. Now, do... yeah, because the spec dashboard gives us both POVs. All right, so let's see. What I could do is I could pull the clean feed, and I think we'll check that out real quick just to see what's going on. I also think I might speed through Dark Age because I don't want to be streaming for 9 hours today. All right, let's get that. So let's clear out all these wrecks I have. Get rid of these 500 recorded games I have. All right, that'll get us the games. And now, let's go ahead and find the clean feed, just so we can see what's going on. No cursing on the clean feed. Okay, that's not gonna work out. I think there was literally a Twitch stream that had the clean feed. I think. Yeah, LingYuan Cup clean feed. Perfect. Why? What? Alright. Yeah, let me show this for you guys. Okay, this is like all jumbled up for some reason. It's like a minute. Hey. All right, so there they are at the venue.
后续赛程的对阵形势至关重要，也请大家来共同关注。
All right. Whatever. Let's just cast the games. So it starts with Viper versus Andy. I hope these are in order. All right. Beyond the naval stuff? No, I don't think so. Eldorado was named to Cotton Shields or something. But other than that, no. All right, let me set up the scoreboard here. 5 stage and LingYuan up. All right, welcome everybody to the more EUNASA friendly hours of LingYuan Cup. So, Viper, of course, going to be here in the yellow as the Romans to the northwest of the map, and to the southeast in the orange as the Incas. It will be freaking Andy. So, this is kind of interesting, right? Because Viper has a lot of expectations on his shoulders. People want to see him back in form. People want to see him back near the top of LAN events. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to live up to those expectations. Whereas Andy is coming into this thing as like one of the least favorites of the tournament, in that people probably don't expect him to go very far versus all of the top competitors. So definitely a lot less pressure here on Andy, which is probably good for him. So, let's see how things are going to be going here. This is Fish and Fish. I did cast all the qualifiers of this tournament. Yes, Andy has been to LAN tournaments before, but he's never really made it very far in them. Yeah. So, Romans, Incas, both are very good aggressive civilizations. I do favor Romans, though, in that you have the faster gather rate for your shore fishermen, which is already going to be like a super fast source of food income. And then the extra armor for your infantry units is just, you know, something else on top of it. I am making the game go faster right now because I don't want to be casting for 9 hours straight. So we'll just speed up through the early game here. All right, Bill's coming forward to go for the mill. Yeah, I didn't want to just, like, cast whatever feed they had. Right. Back to normal speed. And we got a couple militia here for each player. Third one coming out for Andy. Remember, you do get that discount as the Incas. And now it's just going to be about who can better take this early fight. Generally speaking, I'm a big fan of, okay, if it is one of these fish in the middle maps, just throw as many villagers as you can onto it. And right now we have 5 villagers v 5 villagers with a 6th one coming in. So that's still all pretty even right now. Men-at-Arm is coming in first for Viper, but it's not in yet, and Andy's able to take a nice early engagement. Alright, Men-at-Arm is in, and now it's going to be in. Scale Armor has around a 10-second window, but Viper can still probably avoid the fight until that upgrade is in, and it is going to be good. Scale Armor now in after the first few seconds of the fight, but Viper with a reinforcement coming in, and he is going to be absolutely mopping up. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Romans are just way too good in this situation. Viper pulls back the low HP Men-at-Arm. He does so again, and this is just going all downhill real fast. Command about it being Rex? Well. Yeah, figure it out eventually. Yeah, Roman's absolutely in their comfort zone. Games were quite quick today. Well, I mean, 5 best of 5s in 9 hours is actually very quick. That said, Viper does have some idle time. But, I mean, he's so far ahead in resources destroyed that it probably doesn't matter. Double bit axe is on the way for him. Games, well, it's good to see they're running a tight ship.
Salve.
Still, Men-at-Arms are wandering the field. Blacksmith is coming in now for Andy. But Viper healing up the injured Men-at-Arms. He's getting himself walled up on the side of the map. He's still in a very comfortable spot in game number 1. Now, let's see what Andy can get done here. But the issue is he just doesn't have much of an army. He lost all of his infantry units. And with the 6-0 KD and Viper himself almost constantly producing units, it's not like you're going to be able to take a good fight anytime soon. Viper with 9 villagers over here. Andy actually also with exactly 9 vills. Maybe this is like the optimal number as per people's testing. Clutching on its way for Viper as well. Eagles are coming in, but you already have 6 Men-at-Arms on the field. Now, these Men-at-Arms aren't really going to be able to bash down the palisade all that effectively, so long as Andy is even paying the slightest amount of attention, which he is. But still, it's keeping the army of Andy back home. That said, Andy is still able to successfully gather from the shorefish. So, yeah, you lost that fight, and you lost it pretty badly. But so long as you're able to gather from the shorefish, there is that glimmer of hope. But Men-at-Arms are coming in. Now, you don't need to gather much stone, but you still do need to gather stone for 2 towers as the Incas. The discount doesn't get you 2 towers with the starting resources. Yes, Mr. Corgi. Men-at-Arm is punched down. Nicely done there for freaking Andy. Again, Viper's still more idle TC time. The resources collected are slightly in his favor, but not, like, astronomically far ahead. But how can you really take these good fights? That's one way to do it. Archers with fletching are helping out here. And I can see that's 4 kills in a row here for freaking Andy. And it's actually Viper who loses the first villager of the game. Oh boy! That's 2 dead vills now for Viper. Oh, but on the other side! there's a very noisy Corgi. Things are messy, messy, messy here in game number 1. Exactly. Yeah, Town Watch saveth lives, and Fletching taketh lives. Anyway, really, really good job fighting back here. I mean, that was a 0 to 6 KD start on a super aggressive map in game number 1. Andy is doing a great job of fighting his way back into this, though. That said, Roman Eco will not be gainsaid on this stream. Look at that, 600 more food collected here for Viper. Oh, this Castle Age timing could be brutal. That is just wild. But here we go. Villagers are forward. No, Andy likes to Vill fight. That Archer's gonna put pressure onto the villager. That villager's also a little too brave. Oh, he was in the wrong part of town. These Vills are getting low HP. I mean, they're so low HP, but no, they break their way in. Oh, no. Oh, that's a lot of dead Vills very quickly. How are things going on this side as Viper clicks up to Castle Age? Andy needs to get a lot done right now. He's not too far away from clicking up, but he is behind. Viper going to be making a switch over into Cavalry, because why ever go Longswordsman? And Viper running onto the TC a little bit. Little Corgi. Here we are, pressure coming in on the side. And as things stand, okay, Viper's 30 seconds faster up to Castle Age. He is ahead in eco. He's going to have that mobility advantage with the scouts. And yet another angle being taken here from freaking Andy. Very, very nice. I gotta say, it's after so many weeks and weeks of A-tier tournaments with fun settings, it is exciting just to watch players just go all out and just, you know, perform their absolute best that they can. Especially LAN events are super exciting, and I really wish we had some English casters there. I wish that even World's Edge just said, hey, let's get T90 Dave and Mem out there. Alright, Barracks coming in. Because, like, I don't know about you guys, but personally, I think LAN events are far more hype than any online event could ever be in AoE 2. I mean, obviously that would be the dream, but, you know, gotta be realistic. That said, here we are, guys. Andy is not messing around. He knows he's at a disadvantage here with the Castle Age time, but he just don't give a floof, man. The villager kill counts are closing in, but Andy does have at least the numbers lead right now. Remember, Viper is only on a single stable. More spearmen on the way. Remember, though, Andy is just building everything forward. He's on 2 archery ranges, 2 barracks, getting the monastery in. Viper, of course, going to want to get some scorpions out against all of these foot soldiers from the Incas. And despite, you know, all of this, you know, the cheap weak units being flung at Viper by Andy, the KD is actually still in his favor, at least for a little bit longer. And Andy is also +1 in the villager KD. The resources collected are far from a disaster. But that Scorpion is going to be pretty tough to deal with, especially if it gets some high ground hits right there. And that is exactly what it is doing. Knight running around the side, Eagle Warrior upgrade itself coming in before Pikemen. And I think that's just a recognition of the danger of the Scorpions, is that you just can't go for Pikemen here if there are already multiple Scorpions coming out onto the field from Romans. Meanwhile, though, Knight is over at the base from Andy. Viper just pulling that guy all the way around. It gets a kill there, and Viper now ahead in the villager KD. And, I mean, those Vills aren't even doing anything. They're punching a mill. It's not really the most important usage of those units right now. And Viper is starting to cobble together a really scary army. Yeah, excellent back and forth game number 1 for sure. Ballistics, very quick ballistics upgrade from Viper. Great that he has been able to afford that. Mangonel is out, but the pikemen need to hug the Mangonel like they're their bestie, because otherwise the knights are going to charge in and kill the Mangonel, but both scorpions go down, but the second monk comes out. And that really is the difference. 1 monk those knights can handle, not 2 monks, and that is a beautiful engagement from freaking Andy. Wow. Okay, that was a very impressive fight. It was just like the first monk luring in the knights, and then the second monk going for the double conversion. That's 2 Inca knights right now when every single unit matters a ton. I mean, yeah, it is very handy with the siege and monks. And I think Viper only having the 1 stable is a bit of an issue. You can see he was really trying to get scorpions out with good upgrades, but I think in doing so, Viper just slightly neglected just having enough units on the dance floor. And I think that really did kind of bite him in the butt. He just didn't have enough meat to throw into his opponent. Either maybe double Siege Workshop Scorpions or double Stable Knights, and then maybe get the Ballistics upgrade a little bit later. Meanwhile, pikemen just harassing the villagers as best they can. We have a battering ram coming in, squires as well, and Andy, who had a terrible start to this game. Oh, man. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but whenever you play or see somebody on, like, a hyper-aggressive map and they just lose the men-at-arm fight, like, super one-sidedly, you're like, oh, jeez. One of those games. But no. Andy fighting back. Second stable on the way for him. Siege Workshop number 2 for Viper, as the first one was obviously demolished right there by Andy. Forging upgrade coming in as well. And now the Mangonel going to start to eat the TC. Couple knights here, and they aren't Viper's knights, let me tell ya. And the Inca Knights. Oh, first Incas get cannon galleons, and then this? When will it end? Meanwhile, the knights on the other side of the map from Viper, not quite able to find a lot of damage. Looks like it maybe killed a villager or 2. Yeah, 1 villager. 1 conversion, 1 kill. You still have to be a bit careful, though, as Andy, as obviously multitasking here is critical. The Mangonel has fallen for Andy as well, but it's just the numbers. Incas have such a cheap and efficient army. Oh boy, and now that monk is going to get sniped from Viper, still trying to get as much out of his units as possible. But look at this, Mr. I have the Omega food composition. Just not really with enough food income right now. His farms are denied. Obviously, he's been forced off the middle. There aren't that many box turtles left, I think. Yeah, not many box turtles left at all, but Andy is in control of them. Still, Viper's hanging in there. He's still ahead in resources. The villager count is just fine for him. He's even gathering some stone. And he's getting damage done on the other side of the map. Viper actually now +5 in the villagers killed this game. He also has the extra horse collar upgrade for what that's worth. Yeah, nobody's added fish. It's all been about the fish and not the fish, if you know what I mean. Oh, beautiful there for Viper. Obviously, Mangonel is worth a lot more than a Roman Scorpion. Couple of Ielos coming in here. Trying to zoom around with the battering ram. Oh, trying to ferry the units in between the shots of the Scorpion. That is so cute, but no, it is not enough. Viper's eco, though, looking good. And look at this cavalry raid. Andy is simply not able to deal with this properly. 14 kills, 12 eco kills. Viper is now doubling his opponent's eco KD, and he's still hanging on here at the front. Oh boy. Great Eagle Warrior there going down, and Andy somewhat neglecting his home base. Still more pikemen and a few eagles coming in on the other side. They have +1/+1. But these scorpions are such a strong defensive tool against the Incas. It's just really hard to pressure Viper in this situation. Meanwhile, you got a monk here at home, but you need that siege component. Really all you have to deal with the scorpions. discourage that. I mean, I think Andy was like just trying to push as fast and as hard as he can. Needed every single unit on the front line, and Viper just outmaneuvered him with his cavalry. It's just one of those situations. But at least now, Andy recognizing his mistake. Also, there is Hunt on the side of this map, remember, so Andy's taking that just as another supplementary source of food income. And the pikemen even gonna try and get it on the villagers. Now, okay, it's like, Andy has a group of units over here, and they are gonna be in a bad spot as the Scorpions are trundling forth. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Viper mopping up. Look at that KD now in favor of Viper. Yes, his army is much more expensive, but even so, those numbers are getting a lot closer. You have some light cav here to help snipe monks. Andy's on double monastery at this point, I think. I think so. Yeah, he is. Now Viper coming in from the side. No quick gate's gonna save you there. And I'm not entirely sold on this super heavy monk focus. I mean, he's going to go for redemption, I guess, to convert scorpions as well. But you need to make sure you have enough pikemen. Remember, Andy just lost a bunch of his infantry over here to the west side of the map. So he's going to need to make sure that he is as safe as possible with his vulnerable monks, because they could easily go down and then you instantly lose the game. Here we are. Mangonel's back to coming forward. There is no defensive Mangonel from Viper. Redemption is about to be in here in just a second. And this Mangonel is going to start to eat the TC. Viper, 66 fills to 48. He's got a second TC. He's rebuilding his farming infrastructure over to the west. Yeah, you never see Andy go monks. What a wild situation. More light cav are on the way for Viper, and that's where getting that farming and eco to the west is so huge. Still, that TC is at half HP and dropping. Oh, but look at this. More knight kills. 9 kills of villagers on those knights, and counting. Andy just losing so much eco. Now the defensive Mangonel is out here for Viper. Light cav. Oh, such a perfect engagement from Viper. I say that as he loses his Mangonel. That's a bit of a caster's curse. Even so, that is what we call a good enough engagement from Viper. He snipes all the Mangonels, he snipes all the monks, and he is holding. And here we are. There's one Mangonel left right now. There's another one halfway on the way, but Andy has simply lost so much of his economy. He's lost double the villagers of his opponent and has half the villager production, if that makes sense. You did pick up a couple relics, which is nice, but right now you are really struggling for army. Mangonel's, of course, going to try and take the best engagements they can versus those Roman Scorpions, but you can see Viper's spreading out properly. I mean, one Mangonel is still not worth 2 Roman Scorpions. The Roman Scorpions are, of course, just so cheap. Don't Mangonel your own units, please, Andy. There we go. Another Mangonel here for Viper, the classic Inca light cav trying to do some raiding. But you can just see that the lack of cavalry here for the Incas is such a huge issue when it comes to the mobility game on this very open map. Carson coming in, chainmail armor as well, but that is no dice on a conversion there for Andy. He is only on 1 monk. Viper's done such a good job of sniping them with his light cav. Viper is at 450 stone, so, I mean, he is in a position where it's not too hard to buy a castle. He just needs to buy exactly 200 stone. But he hasn't done so yet, and he doesn't really have the space. Oh, Viper is out of Mangonel scouts. Where's Viper's army production? He's got nothing. He's doing more villager killing because that's what Viper is doing this game, but the Mangonels go down anyway to the Scorpions. Oh, no, Andy. Oh, geez. Now the Vills are going to try and punch down the Knights. Yes, you do get the extra armor and attack for your Inca Vills. It still is pretty ugly. And now you're just completely running out of siege. Viper's doing just fine. He really could use another siege workshop, though. As again, we're still looking at double the villagers killed here by Viper. 2 TCs to 1. 92 Vills to 46. And this is looking better and better here for Viper. I still think that, yeah, there we go. Hey, bought 100 stone. No, need to buy 300 stone. All right, one Scorpion there is converted. And he converted a house? Why? And I get the idea of just wanting to convert the world, but you need to have every conversion charge available here to go after these units of Viper. And right there, the Monk is going to go down. Viper does lose Knight in the process, guys, and Viper has only 4 units. There we go. He has gotten the 650 stone needed for the castle, but where can he put it safely? He can build it over here to protect this portion of his eco, kind of, but he can't build it in a spot that protects the front lines. And that is another good fight here for Andy. He's even getting the Bosa upgrade so that his terrible eco is slightly less terrible. How close is it? Okay, next Mangonel still a little ways off. 26 army to 3, 104 villagers versus 49. This is a pretty stark difference on both sides. There's a single pikeman here to defend, which feels woefully insufficient. And here we go, guys. If Viper can get this castle down safely, it will likely be checkmate for Andy. Andy should see this immediately, of course. And he will. Hera's coming in. That TC's already taken 3,800 damage. But that castle is not coming up right now, and it's not going to be doing so anytime soon. Remember, Ballistics is in on the TCs to snipe monks if they wander too close. Anyway, here we are. This is a doubtful castle right now. Third Mangonel joining the fray. Guys, this is Andy's last match, and Viper has no army! Literally nothing! Oh, jeez. Those quick walls are good. That will help protect the Mangonel. Do you get the 1-for-0 trade? No, you do not. He's on 4 TCs to not even 2. The Mangonel's even converted right there. Not that it really matters all that much. A conversion is basically the same as a kill at this point. And Viper can afford to lose Vills, but this is getting real messy and an excellent start to this tournament. Yeah, this is something that the organizers should be very happy about. You want your first game to be leaving a good impression. Viper coming in with some more repairs. Still, that watchtower helps out. I mean, Andy is catching up in villagers killed. It's just Viper has so much more production than his opponent. This TC that has been alive for so long looks like it finally might be on its way out. Wait, there's one Vill building! Andy forgot a villager! Oh no! It's getting closer! No way! Oh, but more Vills are coming in! Oh, no! And the castle is built thanks in no small part to the heroic efforts of that villager, and the castle immediately snipes 5 Mangonels. Holy cow. The single hero villager, guys. Got enough of that castle's percentage done so that you could rush in with the rest of them. And Viper gets the castle. And, of course, just as importantly, basically deletes all of the best units from his opponent's army. Guard tower coming in from Viper. Gonna just try and use them to defend the other extremities of his base, but with the Mangonel numbers reset, this is, I think, gonna be a very difficult position for Andy to ever try and come back from. Sometimes a single Eagle Warrior, or a single Villager rather, is not going to be having many songs sung about him, but it's just getting that extra like 15 percentage points on that castle so he could rush it in with the rest of the Vills and not have everybody die. House walls coming up on the side, Viper grabbing Wheelbarrow. That is absolutely a sign of safety right now for Viper, that he doesn't need to spend all of his resources on more units. He's coming in for more counterattacks. He's got a huge score lead. And he is looking good. All right, castle gonna come forward here from Andy. I mean, Viper still doesn't have that impressive an army, but he is on his way to the Imperial Age, guys, and really it did come down to that defensive castle, and then the fact that it sniped all of the mangonels. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a little ugly. I mean, this doesn't feel great for Viper. The knights are all here and the Centurion is counterattacking. I guess he's fine? Yeah, there's only 4 eagles left. It's a bit ugly, but it's fine. It is fine. It's a very messy game, number 1, but at least it's very entertaining. What's the meme with the when he's like, I love mess? That is me. DC over here to the east, even it will secure Viper some stone income. And of course, you're just creeping closer and closer to the Imperial Age. Yep. Still more counterattacking from Viper. And of course, just so far ahead in the economy. Now, as to what Viper's going to do in Imperial Age, I'm not entirely sure. Heavy Scorpion is probably what you want. And then just getting some trebuchets out to snipe the forward castle. No one's complained about the colors so far. I'm actually very proud of you. Well, that TC is going to go down. And of course, as great as this castle is, it doesn't protect everything. Not even close. We have more stables coming in at the back. Oh, I mean, Andy is trying here. I don't think this is going to work, but at least he's trying. No heavy Scorpion in yet. Plate mail, I mean, it's nice, but it's not that big of a deal, especially with, like, Kamyuks on the field that deal a ton of bonus damage anyway. Remember, guys, Kamyuks, they're like Phalangites, but they're not awful. Indeed, the Goofy Brigade is here. You can't build that castle, though. This farm is actually in the way. It would be so impolite if those villagers just built on the crop space. There actually isn't space for a castle here at all. That's going to give enough time for the tower to come in. But yeah, I think Viper should be fine here in this game number 1 anyway. Ah, there you go. Oh, but the light cab is there. Oh, jeez. And Andy taps out the Viper, taking game number 1 at 54 minutes here on the aggressive Fish and Fish map. And he is able to withstand Andy's pressure, and it's just those counterattacks from Viper, getting his eco up behind. And really, of course, the fulcrum of this game was the one villager that got like 15% of that castle completion. Great stuff there. And Viper taking the game. Good enough start to the tournament, ladies and gentlemen? Now, we have a lot of games to go through, so I'm not going to bother, you know, oh, look at the draft, look at the draft. We got stuff happening for that. All right, guys, game number 2. And again, thank you so much to everyone who's tuning in. I know I wasn't really sure how many people would want to watch just the Rex, but I just couldn't justify killing my sleep schedule to cast it live, so we're just going to do this here on the more typical AoE 2 time zone cast. Anyway, we are going to be here on not Nomad, so it's basically Nomad, but the TCs are coming in immediately. We'll have Viper in the yellow as the Dravidians to the west, and to the east in the orange as the Koreans. It will be Andy, pretty far rush distance. Let's see, Viper has got some gold nearby. Not really a ton of stone, and that's something that could be an issue if you're up against Koreans and you're getting tower rushed or castle drop. Good stuff there. Anyway, as far as Andy, he doesn't... Okay, he's got gold right there. You can at least take stone far away from your opponent, but it's still not very close to his base. Anyway, fishing ships, of course, are on the way. Dock positions are very close to each other. And between these two civs, we have to imagine that we will be seeing a lot of aggression from Dravidians. Right? The much more aggressive civ, you want to go up to Feudal Age, get that extra 200 wood, just go for the warships immediately, and then try and pressure your opponent, especially if and when Andy realizes how close his opponent... or how close Viper realizes his opponent's stock is. And he does see that already. Anyway. I am going to get some coffee, guys. I need it. Still going to be a very long day of games. Let's do it. You get to watch the fishing ships. I hope you guys are excited. Ugh. Unfortunately, some of the interviews are in Chinese. Well, that is what it is. Again, I think it's wild that there isn't any English person there, and any English-speaking broadcast, even if it's just like in a side room. Points on the game? Sure, why not? It is a big tournament. Guys, the previous prediction that I did was the Siege Ram versus Cav Archer battle. Anyone remember that one? We did a really important test on stream a while ago, and that was, what wins in a 1v1, a Siege Ram or a Turkish Cav Archer? I'm glad, Dianton? Yeah, exactly. The whole point of this is to give you guys live casting, you know, in the more typical AoE 2 time zone. I was already played? Oh, wow. I mean, you could just check Wikipedia and then cheat, but you guys aren't cheaters here. You lost some more loot bucks on that. No, it was pretty funny. No, I think what they're going to do with the Hulks is just not give any Civ direct bonus for them, see how they play out, balance the unit, and then mix in some Hulk bonuses for either new Civs or add some to previous Civs. I think that's the most likely. Anyway, galley time! Andy with triple dock galley production. Of course, Koreans do this very well with the wood discount. Meanwhile, Viper, he has a dock on each side. He has flanking docks. Now, this is kind of an interesting situation because, generally speaking, you want your galleys to all be coming out in the same location, kind of like Andy's, because galleys, you think of them like an archer blob or a cav archer blob. They need to all be together to be especially effective. Wait a minute, Andy's going for 2 fire galleys and 1 galley. Okay, that one I just don't get. For land maps, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a nerf, but you have Pyrotechnica. It's not the end of the world. Anyway, Gromp with the 63 months. Thank you so much, Gromp. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, Viper with 3 fishing ship kills. He's lost only 1 of his galleys so far. He's doing the whole strategy where it's you go for the initial galleys because they're much better than fire galleys at sniping fishing ships, and then only afterwards do you switch over into the fire galleys, because 3 galleys, that's enough to 2-shot a fishing ship. And hello, Norther. Look at this as well. Viper's resources looking very, very good behind this. And that's with a ton of vills queued up, actually. If Viper can just get his buildings down, his market and blacksmith, he's not that far away from clicking up to Castle Age with 7 vills in the queue right there. Ballistics timing? Well, I mean, it is true that only the most intelligent and handsome AoE 2 players go for Italians to rush your university to get masonry. Only the really more elite and intellectual AoE players do that. Hulk kills to get a fishing ship? Well, it's 5 times... It's 5, right? I don't think it's 5 times 2. The attack speed's too fast for that. But they also have 1 melee armor now, right? So, I don't know. It would be 4 divided by 50 because fishing ships are getting 10 less HP. So 12.5. So 13 attacks, I guess? No, it can't be right. It's 5 times 2, so it's 8. So it's 50 divided by 8, which gets us to... 5. Yeah, 5. There we go. Any better fast castle masonry civs? Jurchins, because you get it even faster. You get it faster than Malians and cheaper. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Andy's out here. His galley numbers with his 3 docks have been able to take over. Remember, Viper's only on the 2 docks. Got those initial fishing ship kills and then rushed up to Castle Age behind it. Looking good. Now, Viper only has 1 fishing ship. Andy's got 2, with 3 more on the way. However, Viper will, of course, be able to grab the War Galley upgrade, or the Medium Warships upgrade, as it will be called in the not terribly distant future. But look at this eco balance. Andy, with too many villagers on gold, he is taking some extra hunt here. But, yeah, he's going to need to get the market down to help balance that economy. And there it is. Still, Viper's going to be an entire Castle Age research time ahead of his opponent. Plus more. And there we go. Castle Age is in. There is the War Galley upgrade. Portuguese ally? No, that's how you do it. It's good time to sail right down Warg Alley. Alright, we got 3 fire ships in that dock. We got 2 fire ships in that dock. And now it's all going to come down to Andy and just being able to keep his ships alive long enough so that he can get War Galley and Bodkin. But this is going to be a nice start to the fight. Andy not paying attention, and then those ships are going to be getting absolutely torched. Andy really needs to get some Hulks on the field, man. Siege Workshop coming in from Viper as well. Dravidian's a very good siege push civ. Got the Monk coming in as well. And this is looking very good for Viper. Those fishing ships not really having enough time to pay for themselves. Viper even with a relic immediately. The new Portuguese unique tech is it turns the entire map to explored, and it makes your ships train 33% faster. So basically, you get some of Shipwright, because it's not better than Shipwright because they've reworded Shipwright, so that's like you create ships in half the time. But yeah, you get the production speed, which is huge. No. It's like typing Marco without Polo, so it's like a Black Forest start. Yeah, the tech on Black Forest is going to just be top tier. Alright, Mangonel going to start to eat the TC. Andy doesn't really have a ton of stone or anything. Random Spearman gets punched down, rip. Italians get Polo, that's only fair. Each Workshop coming in defensively, but Viper already with a Scorpion and another one on the way. Not really sure why. Guess just to protect from random Spearmen. Another TC coming in. But right now, Andy's still fighting his way here on water, but no War Galley because his entire food income has been completely disrupted. Besides, I think that it was supposed to just be the fast production, and then they wanted to make it have an effect on land maps, so they just gave it reveal the entire map. Alright. First rocket cart's out here to help defend. But Viper's going to be up on 3 TCs here in just a moment. Oh, that's not what you needed there, Andy. Uh-oh. That's a big whiff right there. He's only just started his second rocket cart. Oh, dear. I mean, I guess you do have your 5 fishing ships working here, but, I mean, you gotta try and keep your TC standing. That said, Viper isn't making another Mangonel right now, which is a little bit surprising. I think he's just trying to get his own farming eco down. His eco upgrades are a lot better than his opponent. Yeah, it's not a very expensive upgrade, the new one. Oh, gets another snipe. Oh, dear. Viper absolutely cleaning house in the Mangonel / rocket cart micro. And he was able to win water without getting War Galley, which is nice for him. But right now, it's just Viper is going to be able to cruise forward with his own economy. It is true that the fishing ships do help out a lot. So this just doesn't feel very comfortable at all if you're Andy. You gotta win this one. Now, I will say that the rocket carts feel much more difficult to micro than Mangonels do. I don't know why. I think it's because the Mangonel just attacks all at once, whereas the rocket cart takes, like, you know, half a second to fire all of the rockets. So if you're really trying to be precise with the micro, it's a lot more difficult. And they also have 5 less HP. Well, it gets another boar over there, and at least the villager count is similar, but look at this, guys. Viper, 2,000 resources ahead. That is so huge. Have to attack round? Wait, attack round, does it make them fire everything instantaneously? No! Oh, that was close. It was close. Viper almost had a bit of a Tim Castle issue, but... That was total domination. Very, very well done from Viper. Sort of slingshot yourself to Castle Age. You take down your opponent's fishing ships, and then you get just enough of that advantage to get to Castle Age. You go for the siege push. You add the eco behind it. And then that is just all she wrote right there in game number 2. Very good performance there from Viper. So far ahead in every resource. Looking good. And Mr. Viper will be up to 2-0. And looks like A crop, as the cool kids call it, will be next. All right, again, we're going to speed through Dark Age because Ornlu doesn't want to sit here and cast for 9 hours. At least if I don't have to. I've done it before. I've done it many times, actually. But, I think you guys are here for the gameplay, right? Where the Parthenon is. No, that's in Nashville. All right, Loom coming in. Andy going to be the Orange Hindustanis to the east. Obviously, series life on the line, not his tournament life. It is a group stage. And, of course, Viper going to be in the yellow as the Portuguese to the west. That's where the pyramid was? That, too. Yeah, that's also in Nashville. All right. We zoomed through early game, and we can see that Andy does have a couple fishing ships to Viper's 1. Viper a little bit of idle time as well. And right now, it is just all fire galleys here from Viper. He's got 2 queued up, and he's got 1 queued up, but he also has that stable on the way. Oh, is Memphis where the Bass Pro Shop pyramid is? I know it's in Tennessee. My bad. In the Batman building, yeah. I actually really like Nashville. I was only in Memphis when I was a little kid, but I was a bit older when I went to Nashville. It's actually a really nice city. Yeah, my parents used to live outside Memphis. Well, Viper Scout does go down. Of course, there is this water engagement going on. Now, remember, there are no deep fish here, really. It's just a bunch of shore fish, but it's still worth taking with your fishing ships. Well, getting some more kills there, but Viper with both of his opponent's fishing ships going down, and he is good to go, and Viper immediately queuing up more fishing ships. Priced out? Oh, that's unfortunately too common. I assume you went to Vandy then, One Sparse? I did a tour of Vanderbilt when I was looking maybe at schools to apply to. When I was in high school. Middle? Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I kind of wish Acropolis had very few, if any, fish at all. But it's better than there being 2 deep fish here, which I think maybe the ladder, or not the ladder version, but the qualifier version had. Anyway, as things stand, Viper has a couple of extra fishing ships, but he has a lot more idle TC time, so it kind of balances out. Both players with double bid axe, but no horse collar. Viper no farms yet. Of course, Andy is going to have to be obliged to go for that farming eco. Godor is anchored down. Well, didn't they just have a really big win in the SEC? Instead of countering out? Yeah, that's what some people are saying. I think it would make more sense. Yeah. My dad is an Ole Miss alum, so I kind of, by proxy, follow the SEC. My college didn't have a football team. But yeah, DC and Austin are, both. Oh man, we got the Vols and the Doors. Market's still getting there safe. A little bit of a scuffle happening here back and forth, but look at this, guys. Andy's macro is a lot better than Viper's this game. That was there too, yeah. That's true. The George Washington dorks? So, they used to be, when I was there, they were the Colonials. You know, with George Washington and all that stuff. They changed it because, like, Colonial has racist undertones or something. I don't know. When I was there, the president of our university literally would not have meetings with women. Like, you literally would not talk to women in a meeting. So, the whole idea that, oh, we're going to be much more, woke is just kind of a joke to me. I forget what we are now. We're like the revolutionaries or something like that. Anyway, guys, fighting uphill is Andy. He's got fletching in now. Viper already has that upgrade, but just a couple of scouts as well. I mean, a lot of the archers are dying, but you still are ending up with some. Taking it too far? I mean, yeah, that one felt a little excessive. Professional U.S. foreign policy, that's very true. Anyway, Andy able to make this work here with his army. Still a little bit behind in the overall KD. Viper does have 2 fishing ships, but as you can see, he's still behind in resources just because, I mean, Andy's macro's been better. Sometimes it is that simple. And done good enough? Yeah. That was next on the list of what if Obama had done that. Anyway, 2 kills right there, guys, and despite losing water initially and still technically having a negative KD, this is looking really good for Andy. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's a little awkward. It's a bit awkward. A lot of his builds are low HP, but you know what, guys? Andy is on his way to the Castle Age. Villager does go down there, and obviously Andy's going to need to do something about this. Oh, reinforcing archers for Viper should be able to get some nice scout damage in, and they do. Low HP scouts, obviously of significantly less value, but remember when I said Andy kind of needs to do something about this? It's tricky. Bloodlines is on its way here for Andy. Of course, Hindustanis and Portuguese, they have very diverse tech trees, but kind of in different ways. It's like Portuguese can go for anything, and then Hindustanis can just go for the counter to anything. So look at this Viper here with more archers. He's going to be going right after those low HP builds. He's going to get 2, 3, just 2 of them immediately. Well done there for Viper. He's on his way up to Castle Age as well. He's getting the horse collar upgrade, and he does not have that yet. Yeah, exactly, 1 sparse. I mean, to me, it feels kind of silly to be like, okay, guys, let's think of what civ they're going to pick next, when literally, like, the information is right there in front of us. And again, also, 9-hour day. We want to truncate that as much as possible. All right, scouts coming in. It's another kill. I mean, both players have definitely taken their share of punches so far. Here you are, Viper immediately getting crossbow and bodkin. You even get the faster research time as the Portuguese. Bill's going to escape through that way, going to try and get an extra TC right next to the market in the barracks. It looks really ugly, but, you know, gotta secure some resources. Why Portuguese? Because Portuguese are a top civ on every single map. You're good at winning the water, and you're super diverse throughout the rest of the game. Like, Portuguese are always good. Alright. Couple kills there, but I mean, it's interesting, guys, right? Because it's felt like a game where both players have taken such heavy beatings, and yet when the dust is starting to settle, I don't know, they're both in Castle Age. Andy's slightly ahead in Villagers. Resources Collector still slightly in favor of Viper, though. Viper's eco-efficiency is also going to be a lot better than Andy's. And yet, it's, no, game marches onward. Still, it's really hard to go for light cav if you have 3 bills on food. That's just a good rule of thumb, guys. Yeah, Portuguese are... I can't think of a single setting, guys, in which Portuguese are not at least an upper half civ. And they're really a top 10 pick on a ton of different map types. And they're a top 5 pick on also a ton of different map types. Andy's in a very awkward spot for sure. That dip in eco efficiency is really hurting him. You can just see that right here, guys. DM, they have Treadmill Crane. They have a very good gold-based army. Maybe not so good in like the first minute, but they're pretty good afterwards. 1v1 Michi? I mean, there's still an upper half civ on Michi, just because, again, your late game is so good. Yes, Portuguese are definitely a beginner-friendly civ for sure. Broad tech tree, gold discount lets you do whatever. And your unique unit's also very powerful. You played them on any map type. And a crossbowman over here from Viper. He still is +4 in the Villagers Guild, and look, this already 1,000 resources ahead. Each workshop going to be coming in here from Viper as well. Has tons of crossbowmen with ballistics. Now, of course, that light cav is slightly annoying, but the issue for Andy has really just been the food income security. Not been able to get his food income safe. Viper has more bills on food, and he's making archers. It's a tough one, guys. It feels like Andy's just kind of stuck in this game. Like, what can he actually really do right now? 5% niche age? We'll see how it is next patch. I really don't know. Balance is in a good spot. I think that Portuguese are too good overall. I think Malay are too good overall. Hindustanis are pretty borderline as well. I mean, generally speaking, the balance is quite good for sure. Oh yeah, Malay as well. Yeah, Malay, Portuguese, and what was the other one I said? Yeah, there are some civs that just feel overtuned in general, and some civs that feel undertuned in general, but nothing is really like completely broken. Yeah, Hindustanis. Anyway, guys, this is unfortunately going to be likely a 3-0, which is a shame after how good game number 1 was, but these past couple games, Viper has really turned it on. Looks like game number 1 was just the classic case of first game of the day vibes from Viper. Way felt overtuned? On open maps, probably, yeah. Anyway, Viper with the 3-0 win over Andy. Again, very close game number 1 that was super back and forth, but games 2 and 3, Viper just absolutely opened it up. That game, it was just, once Andy's eco efficiency fell down the tubes, there was nothing that he could make that was any good. he just didn't have food income, and like all the units he'd want to make were food intensive. And so Viper gonna start the tournament out strong. Not Vipur showing up. This is Gamer Legion's the Viper. Okay, so if I go... It's really annoying because they have all of their... VODs kind of mixed up.
Follow bill orders, but there are so many new ships, new.
然后开始指挥去进攻，我觉得这一点我就很喜欢了。还有你甚至游戏里面的声效，我都感觉挺令人着迷的，我就很喜欢。就慢慢你从三。
There, but I think China looks like very advanced in technology and all that kind of things, like the cars. I really like how it looks. And yes, it's my first time in China. Well, I'm 33 years old, and I started playing when I was 9.
9, okay.
Long time ago. I watched my father playing, and I asked him to let me play. And so I started to play the campaigns and single player. It changed completely. Like, the base.
你加强了它的平。
I don't know, guys.
Depends on the matchup. Sometimes.
So it's Nikov, I guess? Yeah. No, I don't think there's limit at all. Whoops. Nikov looked very good in the qualifiers. I'll be interested to see how he performs here. I do think that if there's any a tournament where Yo is going to win, it's probably the one that's right at home for him. If nothing else, he and Vivv are not jet lagged when everyone else is, except ACCM. At least the file's not even that. I have to go into the spec dashboard to find them. Coordinated start time? I didn't even know there were any other streamers doing Rex. Oh, okay, guys. The Windows 11 annoyance. Okay, guys, here's OBS, my infinitely recursive face. So what I do is, here. I go outside, and so if I type in, I go to change the player flag. And then what I always used to do was I would just type in the country. So like Nikov's from Argentina, so I just type Argentina, or Arg. And like the Argentina flag would pop up. But unless I happen to know the specific number here in Windows 11, it doesn't pop up. And like, I don't remember which numbers these countries are. They're not organized in any sort of logical fashion. Really annoying. Really freaking annoying. Like, there is literally zero logic to any of these flag placements. Here we are. Swoop. Remove the first 4 characters? That would be the smart thing to do. Unfortunately, I'm not very smart. All right, guys, let me go ahead and find these Rex, Nikov versus Yo. Let's go for the download. No, that's not right. Python. I don't think snakes know how to write in any kind of script. That seems silly. All right, guys, we will be starting on Bedouins. Let me go ahead and set this up. And here we are, guys. Second series of the day. Again, resuming through early game just to, truncate the time spent. Casting 5 best of 5s. Version of the internet? Yes, they do. Just not accessible to most people. And it's just on the sake of completion. I downloaded a file that had all of the flags, not just, like, specific countries. Anyway, Gurjara is here for Nikov to the south. This is a map where you have lots of different sources of early food. So Gurjara is going to be a very good civ here. Also, a lot of feudal aggression, and Gurjaras are very strong at that now. Humans, a very common pick for this map. You can get that second TC down on some shorefish. And then it's very difficult to raid. For game number 2, it's called I'm having to do all of this myself and forgot to pay them out. Alright. Here, we'll just do it for the series. We'll do it for the series, guys. Start prediction. Who will win the series? Yo. Nikov. 2 minutes, guys. Doing cam on the right? Oh, yeah. Maximum cheating potential. Something that's already happened? Yeah, exactly. Alright, so archery range here for you. Okay, so he's not going for the second TC immediately. Honestly, this feels pretty good for Gurjaras. Now, the resources collected are actually even. I assume maybe because of the boar. I mean, Gurjara should have a very nice early eco. You guys, it's like everything's going to be going towards the winner. This is and it's the only kind of gambling I'm okay with. Gambling for not real money. Just search the substring. Okay, I'll try and do that next time. I'm running a scam? Yeah, you guys know me. You know who won? I don't know who won. And please don't spoil who won. See, this tournament day happened, but like from my time zone, it happened between the hours of midnight and 9 a.m. It happened all night. All right, guys, archers are here though from Yo. Good quick gate right there for Nikov. Scouts are going to come back home. Well, to be fair, I think Yo is just the favorite in this set anyway. Alright. Gets the kills there, and Nikov does clean house, and now his resources are looking pretty good. And now it's that second TC coming in from Yo. Also, this is a very bad matchup for humans as the game goes on. Gurjaras have really strong answers to all the things that humans make, namely camels. Still, second TC is going to delay your eco even further because for all of this time, your villagers are building a TC and not actually gathering resources. Into a shell company? Oh, yeah. And kippers and trash units, step lancers, knights. That's really it. All right. Market coming in here for Nikov as well. I mean, this still feels a little awkward for Yo. Not gonna lie. He's got his shorefish for his food income for now, so that's okay. For shorefish also, by the way, guys, have 50% more food on them than normal. Shorefish normally have 200 food. All of these shorefish have 300 food. Nikov's still in a good spot to apply a lot of pressure. If Nikov can get a good castle age time with a close rush distance, forward siege workshop, some elephant rams, that could be something Yo doesn't like dealing with. Between Byzantines and Gujaras, I actually think it's literally one of the worst matchups for Gujaras. Gujaras don't deal with cataphracts at all, especially not cataphract halberdier. So Gujaras need to get a very early advantage. Nevertheless, Yo does have fletching on his archers. He is defending for now, but, I mean, look at this. He's humans, and he's already falling so far behind in resources. Nikov is going to click right on up to Castle Age. He got the market down. He's selling his stone, and I think this is looking really good for Nikov in game number 1. Ellie archers, then Byzantines get... The thing is, Ellie archers are a very slow switch, so Byzantines really have all the time needed to switch into skirmishers there. The issue is efficiency, right? Byzantine army is a lot more efficient than the Gurjara army is, especially when it comes to gold. It doesn't help that the Gurjara elephant archers just drop like flies to skirmishers because of the lack of ring archer armor and Parthian tic-tacs. Anyway, a minute and change off to Castle Age here for Nikov. He's got his 2 archery ranges going. Like I said, a siege workshop forward here could be so disastrous for Yo to try and handle, as he's got no gold income at all. I mean, he's trying to secure that gold over here with a tower, but it just does not feel good. Yes, Parthian tic-tacs or tic-tocs, whichever one you prefer. Okay, scouts are coming in here. I mean, this just feels kind of ugly, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Another Vill goes down. Still an 800 resources advantage for Nikov. This is definitely a map Yo wishes they had a farther spawn on, but obviously that's just the risk you roll when you go humans. Bodcrow saw immediately on the way for Nikov, and there's that siege workshop coming in. And this is just gonna be so awful for Yo to try and stop. Oh no. Oh dear. Maybe he's saving up for... Okay, no, yeah, making a Mangonel. I mean, Yo can click up to Castle Age, right? But the thing is, like, say he gets to Castle Age and drops a castle right here. That feels like it solves exactly 0 problems. I mean, I think that just really strong execution from Nikov. It's what he is at his best at, and Yo not really in a good spot to really defend anything. Nikov diagnosing, okay, this is the game state, this is the Sith matchup, and this is how I should proceed, and he's doing great. Like, I don't think you can start with the Elephant Ram. Villagers can punch it down. If you had, like, Shravamsha Riders instead of Crossbowmen, then I could get on board with the Elephant Ram more, because they could just harass the villagers that tried to attack the Elephant Ram. But since you have archers and they can't hang underneath the TC, you do need to go for the Mangonel. Anyway, Siege Workshop coming in for you. At the very least, you can make that in Feudal Age as the humans on your way up to Castle Age, but now you have no Vills in the TC. Oh, man. That TC is getting eaten, and this is the Castle Age TC for what it's worth. Now, I don't think there should be any issues with Castle Age itself coming in. I'm, like, kind of sure. I'm, like, 83.2% sure that there are no issues. Yeah, not even close. GG. I mean... I don't think Nikov made a single mistake that game. That was about as flawless as you could possibly ask for. Pinned Yo. Yo couldn't go for the second TC. Nikov attacking him at his gold spot, at his food income, just every single angle. He rushed up to Castle Age to get that forward siege workshop down, and I mean, wow. That was impressive to say the least. Way ahead in resources, and Nikov, the player that some know as Nivok, especially in Western Austria. All right, now I am very curious as to what game number 2 is going to have in store for us. It is going to be also on Not Nomad. I'm sure if Yo gets eliminated in the group stage in this tournament, the Chinese community will have a very measured and reasonable reaction to it. Western Austria isn't Red Bull from Salzburg? All right, guys, here we are, game number 2, with a close spawn this time. Once again, a close spawn on a Nomad-ish style map. It's actually triple elimination. The group stage is... yeah, I think it's you. If you lose 3, you're out. Did I miss something? No, it's $45,000 tournament. Interactions, that's fair. 4-round Swiss. Yeah, so isn't it win 3, you're through, lose 3, you're out? Anyway, Nikov, Red Malay here to the north. Very strong game number 1. Yo going to be here on the closest thing to a Yo home map as ever could exist. Nomad, or an approximation of Nomad. He'll be the blue Spanish here, and Yo with Spanish, guys. Very, very scary. Saying, I just went with Liquipedia. Am I wrong? I mean, it's very possible that I'm wrong. Let's see. LingYuan Cup. Yeah, $45,000 on Wikipedia. Regardless, I mean, honestly, the dollar amount doesn't really matter to me. Is there a difference in hype between a $45,000 tournament and a $50,000 tournament? I don't think so. I mean, obviously the players like having more money, but I don't really think that changes any dynamic. Sounds cool, eh? Oh, boy. Anyway, I will say that Malay are one of the best civs at dealing with Spanish. You have a super strong eco, you can rock it up to the next age, and you have good monks and your happy-going skirmishers. No, these are... these are Rex. Is 45,000? Oh, no. That's all prizes combined? Ah. Well, to be fair, we're casting the main event of the tournament, and the main event is a $45,000 tournament. To compete, They found each other's TCs yet? No, and no. Also, I like how I said I was going to zoom through Dark Age every game, and then I immediately forget to do that. Gold is a little bit on the side. Like there was some kerfuffle over there. But yeah, Malay going to be getting up to feudal age very quickly. And look at this, guys. These dock locations are very, very close. Oh, but... Okay, no. Scotty does know over there. Ooh, this could be ugly for Yo, guys. The galley is immediately on the way. Yo is going on over to stone. Is there any gold within the same area code as Yo? This is the closest gold for him. He can't take that at all. This is the next closest gold. On a single map. Ooh, that would be nice. Do you know what also would be nice for Capture Age? If just by hotkey alone... Oh, wait, they did change it. Oh, my goodness. Guys, for a while, with Capture Age, you literally couldn't use a hotkey to switch player POV. Oh, my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm so excited, guys. All right. Yo's going to have to skedaddle there with his fish. Archer's immediately on the way for Nikov as well. He is looking to go aggressive. Beast this tournament? I mean, ACCM beasts every tournament. Do too much without warning. Too late! Alright. Yo should be able to fast castle without any real issue. Archer's coming out. And there's the transport ship, guys! Oh, boy. Guys, do you think Nikov has researched the Siege of Tyre transport ship upgrade to get, was it 500 HP and a ton of Pierce armor? ACCM's toxicity? Yeah, that's the real question. I mean, ACCM's just going to show up and be the most bad-mouthed person there. Alright, Market Blacksmith, of course, immediately going to be on the way. Transport's right here to ferry over the villagers, and I don't think I need to tell you guys that if Yo doesn't have enough resources for a castle, he is literally dead in the water. The Ponto style. Ha! I beat it on Legendary without cheesing. Oh, 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 oh. Very seriously? I mean, it seems like the tournament's been well run so far. It's just been obviously completely China-centric, which, I mean, on the one hand, it's not like there have been any LAN events in China in, like, the last 8 years. Jeez, the game back. All right, Archer's coming in. Now, notably, guys, you can see here, Nikov, he knows the stone is right there, but he doesn't know necessarily that Yo is mining it. That said, this is still very good, but Yo is on his way up to Castle Age, and he's already got almost enough stone for a castle itself. Yes, the archers are fletched. And Yo has gone over far to the east for the gold. Now, chances are Nikov doesn't even know about that. Yeah, Nikov has no idea. Because why look for your opponent's income like halfway across the map, man? Not the water buffalo! Oh, Ripperino. Castle gold? That's a good question. I don't think so. I think you castle over here still. If anything, you build your a TC over here, I think, in Castle Age. But I think this castle comes in right here. Yep. Yeah, so far, Yo doing a pretty good job of defending. I really couldn't ask for better. He's only lost 2 fishing ships. He hasn't lost any of his actual villagers. And he is going to be able to make it to Castle Age. And I think the castle comes in right here. Or, I'm sorry, I was off by 2 tiles. Alright, another fishing ship goes down. Now, Yo is actually also able to afford War Galley. So I think he might be doing that. I think that would actually be a very good idea. He's getting Horse Collar. Actually, he doesn't even have Double Bit Axe. He doesn't have a Lumber Camp. Hard to get Double Bit Axe if you don't have a Lumber Camp. Nilly wasn't off by 2 tiles. Wow. I'm sorry that I don't have the castle placement predictive powers that Nilly does. I mean, it's a 100% a meme. ACCM is seriously one of the nicest people I've ever met. Like, absolute sweetheart of a person. All right, the archers are going to go into the transport ship and will save themselves. And Nikov himself is on his way to Castle Age, and of course with Melee, you get there nice and quick. Kongs are very scary. Now, Yo has 100 stone. He could think about going for Castle Age, and the archers are actually saying, nah, man, we're going to keep up with the pressure. Side note, though, it's really good to see Nilly casting events again. Nilly was one of the first casters I watched, like, a ton of. Well, transport ship escapes for now, but the more time that these conquistadors spend not killing villagers of Nikov, it's a big win. It's a big win. Oh, he was casting with Lewis. Interesting. Turn the death. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. I mean, Zero Empires was the first caster I watched. Zero Empires and Turkmen were the first casters I watched like a ton of. And then it was Nilly and Mem. I am on a Wednesday, yeah. But I mean, look at this, guys. Nikov's doing this brilliantly. He's ahead by 12 villagers right now, guys. 6 fishing ships with even more on the way. No war galley yet for either player. And indeed, like I said, the second TC comes up over on the side. Where did Turkmen go? Turkmen is the community manager for Forgotten Empires. He, you know, helps manage the social media. Also, apparently, he does all of the screenshots. I didn't even know that until recently. He makes all the super pretty screenshots for, like the promotional image. Yeah, Killer Bee was also really good. Killer Bee, Zero Empires, and Nilly were the first people to ever give me co-casting jobs. We'll always appreciate them immensely for that. Anyway, guys, the Kongs have not crossed the map at all. With Bottle of Vodka? Well, that's true. It's hard to argue with that. I was there. I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago. In the workshop, I don't mind the monastery because the monastery screams, I am confident that my Kongs can just fight the enemy units. And especially without ballistics being in until right now, that is correct. Gets one Vill there, and guys, Nikov is just absolutely on beast mode right now. Something else back then? Indeed it was. I mean, again, Nikov, he's on 1 TC, but that doesn't really matter because he's still so far ahead in villagers. He's got his 8 fishing ships. He's even getting Thumb Ring. I mean, this is just fantastic play here from Nikov. That said, the Kongs themselves now transporting over. And this is actually the first real mistake of the game from Nikov. First real mistake of the series for Nikov, and that he wasn't really prepared for that. But safe with the villagers as best you can. Also in here on the other side, there is a Mangonel on the way. Skirmisher coming in, as that is the more direct hard counter to Conquistadors. Oh no! Oh no, mistake number 2 for Nikov coming in, and that is not a very well-timed one, as those villagers are going to be discovered, and there is simply nothing at all to protect them. Oh no. Oh, no. Is this going to be one of those situations where the first game and a half of the series looked like the Bills versus Ravens, and then the second half of the series looks like the second or the last quarter of the Bills versus Ravens? Oh, wow. That is a massive amount of damage, and that immediately is going to bring Yo right back into this one. Now, the resources collected are still heavily in favor of Nikov. He's not dead by any means. But it went from, I don't really know what Yo is going to be able to do in this game, to Yo very much has a fighting shot. Skirmers are out here, though. No +2 defense, but otherwise they have Bodkin and Ballistics, the most important ones here. Gonna take down a palisade wall right there. More Scorpions coming in on the side. I like the cute little fishing ship snipe there. And Yo is expanding his own eco. He is now with a slight villager advantage. His eco upgrades do leave much to be desired. It is true. Absolutely. They've always been like that. And as annoying as they are to play against in so many situations, it's just... most civs are not completely revolving around their unique unit in early Castle Age. Spanish are, and they're one of the few civs that are designed like that. And because Spanish don't have a strong eco bonus, like, this whole thing works, if that makes sense. Not the boar! Oh no! Go get him! Go get him! Go get him! Aw, rip the boar. Alright, third TC coming in, gonna help secure some more stone. Now, a couple of Bills are gonna die over here. Oh. Good micro from Nikov. Yo does lose both Scorpions. Nikov loses one crossbowman and kills the Scorpion. I'll keep my mouth shut, guys. Yeah. Don't mind me, guys. Oh, great hit there for Yo. Exactly what he needs in that situation. Okay, got another Mangonel on the way. Nikov is adding in TC number 2. Yo does have a lot of idle time right now. Time and space, exactly. The Vill count is indeed still equal. Good solid game here, game number 2. Not like the absolutely one-sided game number 1. Alright, you got Bloodlines on the way. You already have +2 defense in for your Conquistadors. More Monks, more Mangonels coming in as well. Yeah, not Nomad is basically just Nomad, but they skip the whole building a TC part, and you just spawn with the TC. It's not Coastal because you don't have a normal distribution of resources. You have the Nomad distribution of resources. Anyway, good micro there from Nikov. That is a lot of Mangonels, holy cow! But do the Conks give a floof? They do not. The Conks cared about as much for those Mangonels as the IRL Conquistadors cared about the culture and artistry of the Aztecs. That's about as much as they cared. Still Arabia? This isn't a slight resource modification, though. You start next to a wood line, so you can't really... Like, you don't go for the same strategies at all as Arabia, or even as Coastal. They cared a lot? They cared a lot. Alright, guys. 2 TCs here for Nikov. He still has a very slight Vill lead. And he still is way ahead in resources. It's interesting here because, like, oh man, Yo is crushing everything. And the score still says Nikov has a huge lead. But it's just Yo with Spanish and we just know how deadly it is. And he is absolutely finding value. The Conks are getting healed up. They do need the Husbandry upgrade, to be fair. Just like in a preserving it way. Much more in the convert them or kill them way. Alright, looks like they had a bit of a Pausarino. That we get. Oh no! Oh no! And we're on Rex, so who cares, man? Oh no. All the crossbowmen here low in HP. Right at the pause, too. Oh, rip, man. Alright, Yo's ready here for castle number 2. He needs to keep this pressure up because his eco is still so rough. No! Nikov! Oh, good. It is like watching the Ravens versus the Bills, man. Oh, where's the Derrick Henry fumble? Oh, geez. Yo is absolutely clawing his way back into this one. And here comes the forward castle. Nikov nowhere near his own castle at the moment. Remember, guys, from the very beginning of the game, he didn't have a ton of great stone access. And here we are, castle coming in. This is a great game, for sure. I mean, honestly, these players are all bringing their A game, right? And that's exactly what you want to see. All right, here we go. Of course, Nikov going to try and pepper down those conks as best they can, but simply not able to do so before all the mangonels go down. Castle number 2 is in, and Nikov, despite still having a big score lead, is reeling. The war galleys are actually here, and they're able to do some nice damage to villagers. Oh, man, I mean, who do you guys even favor at this point? Nikov still has a 26 population advantage. And yet it doesn't really feel like anything is going his way. Not historically accurate. The Filipinos would best be represented by Malay, so yes it is. Really, the Malay are the stand-in for all of insular Southeast Asia. Has a 10 conquistador advantage, the most important advantage of all. Ram is on its way just to help better blitz through the base of Nikov. Yeah, the channel points for him, yeah. Man, Yo's had some clutch mangonel hits, some clutch moves with the conquistadors. It's really been the unit control of Yo that has been keeping him afloat in this game. And here we are, guys. We're looking at 4 mangonels here. Going to start to eat the TC, number 2 of Nikov. And this is just such a tough situation for him. His archery ranges are basically just idle right now. They're not doing anything. Oh, and he's losing some crossbowmen. Right now, guys, 3.1 army value to 2.1 in terms of thousands, of course. 4th TC coming here from Yo. This is not even close to an all-in. I imagine they would be super hyped about it for sure. DC under heavy threat. Mangonel doesn't quite get the kill there. Unfortunate run-ins. Yes, they did. Ooh, nice hit there as well. Yeah, and a little bit on the islands that are kind of like between Indonesia and the Philippines. I think they belong to Indonesia now. There was a sultanate that the Spanish destroyed, if I recall correctly. Not quite my area of expertise. I mean, Nikov has 46 bills on wood, but he's spending so much time in villager, well, resources and villager time repairing the TC that he's not able to use those resources on other things. Of course, all about the micro here. I mean, the war galleys are actually able to destroy that TC, which is, you know, it's a nice move for Nikov. There's no hair. Oh, rip. Rip, rip, rip. Viper never escaping the Baldy jokes. 1-for-1 mangonel trade. As I always say, it favors the guy who has more mangonels, and in this case, that is very much Mr. Yo, as he's just rotating his attack over to the other TC here, and you're simply not able to defend all these different angles at once. That said, Nikov is on his way to Imp. Once a while back? Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm so far removed from my university days where, like, I felt like I knew stuff. I did so much reading and writing and, you know, researching and studying, and, like, now it's like, it's all gone, man. It's only replaced by AoE 2 tech tree knowledge. Alright, guys, that is the MTC. I don't think there's going to be any issue with it, though. Has vanished? It sure has. The resources lead is not vanished, although it is smaller. Nice angle there for Nikov to harass the villagers, but I don't think it will fundamentally deny this castle. And Nikov realizes he can't actually stop the castle and is going to tap out as Yo striking back here in game number 2. It was a bad start for him. It was not looking good. He was harassed at so many different angles from Nikov. Nikov's eco was so much better. And yet, not able to do it. No gold. Nikov had no gold. Can't stop the castle there. Yeah, Nikov simply had no gold. When in doubt, conk it out. Yo ties the series up. Yeah, no gold and no base. That's also true. Anyway, thank you guys for everyone who's tuning in. Hope you're all having a good time. Zutu? What the heck is that? What on earth is this map? Huh? Did they add this for the main event? They added another one as well, Picare. Okay, all of the other maps are the same. We have Zutu and Picare. All right, guys, so my first time seeing this map. Let's see what it looks like. It's kind of like moats in that you're surrounded on most sides by a little, well, moat. So it's very easy to defend your base early on, but unlike moats where that's really all the water on the map, and there's like kind of water on the outside too. It's another tiny pond in the middle of the map with tons of fish. Oh, guys, are you ready for a game where both players rush the middle, and then one person's going to be left over with fishing chips, and then they win the video game? Are you guys ready for that? I don't think you're ready for that. I don't think you are mentally or physically ready for that. Oh yeah, speeding through early game. Other than that, it looks like a normal land map. A hybrid. Oh, nice kill there. Nikov getting an early kill onto Yo. Remember, there are shallows here, so that you're not able to as easily wall in your villagers. All right. What is Yo doing? Can someone explain to me what Yo's doing? Okay, another dock is on its way, but isn't he just gonna, like, instantly lose water? Okay, there is another dock coming in for Yo. But this is obviously gonna be a huge naval advantage here for Nikov. I mean, that early villager kill on Yo was quite huge. But the fire galleys are out, and those fishing ships are going to be in for a real bad day. course, they are immediately going to be getting torched. Let me tell you guys, Yo's going to need to get some Hulks out, and he's going to need to get them out fast, man. Getting 3 kills, 3 eco unit kills immediately in this game is Nikov. Now, Yo is well ahead in terms of resources, but it shouldn't matter all that much. Why is there a Spanish overlay? What are you talking about? Glade is a map that's much more fun to cast than play. All right, demo ships coming in. Got to get them while you still can when they're cheap. Spanish Civ overview? What on earth are you talking about? All right, there is a demo here. Oh, trying to snag those vills, but no luck there, Nikov. Still has a big advantage here on the water, though, and I'm still kind of baffled as to what exactly Yo's plan is here. Okay, he's going to try and lure in the ships for a big demo hit. Okay, that's just an even trade. It's like Mangonel trades. It's whoever has more demo rafts has the advantage. You need to finish them off, though. You do not want to let the ships get repaired, but that's exactly what Nikov's doing. Rework? Woman pleaser, have you not checked my YouTube channel as of the yesterday? Yeah, people are really interested in the naval rework. I was actually kind of unsure if people would really care because they just don't like water stuff, but yeah, you guys definitely seemed interested in it, which is why I also updated the tech trees for all the civs. Anyway, guys, we have some archers on the way here for Yo. Nikov is going to need to get walled in, and walled in soon, and you could honestly argue that this is happening slower than it should. There's a couple of vills coming forward as well. I mean, this really is Yo's only chance in this game because there's still plenty of fish to take to sort of slingshot Yo to Castle Age. But I think it's probably okay. Command might be useful. Yeah. I could do that. And by I can do that, I mean I can do that when I have a break, and I don't know when I have a break right now. Because right now, Nikov is going to keep on with the pressure. Now, he's almost caught up to his opponent in terms of resources. Now is when you add in extra fishing ships. Honestly, above all else, I'm just excited for Vikings to have fire galleys and lose the demo line. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. I give you permission. Anyway, dock here, you can easily add in the transport ship, and then it's going to be very difficult to actually defend yourself on all angles. Oh, you never entered the water as the lion. All right, Archer. I thought it'd be for skirmishers, but I guess the eco balance is not really good for skirmishers right now. Anyway, Yo gonna keep up with the pressure. And of course, most of Nikov's military advantage is in fire ships, which don't actually do anything right now. And he's only adding in a few more fishing ships at a time. Yu ships? Yeah, demos are actually getting a fairly substantial nerf. They're more expensive, and they're weaker. Spanish tax? Well, I'm sorry. I am not the master of Capture Age tech overlay. All right, defensive tower here for Nikov. Landing south? No, they're still going to be good. They're just more expensive. The thing with demos is that they make games super swingy, and they were really, really tough to avoid in a ton of situations, and I think that the devs felt that it created a lot of unfun playing experiences. And heavy demos were actually just broken in late game, whatever the YouTube comments might say. So I actually think it's a very good thing to add a ship that's just going to be like a more consistent fire ship unit. The epitome of fun? No. I mean, yeah, demos will still blow up and do a ton of damage, guys. That's not really changing. Anyway, Yo's doing a very good job here of just making Nikov's life miserable. I honestly thought Yo was just completely screwed after the early water loss. I mean, he's still not loving life, but at the very least, Nikov is in a very uncomfortable position. Yo is still ahead in resources. He's got actually a decent amount of farms already. Water Civ. Folder said he was doing some testing with Boom, and they said that the Hulks actually really underperformed. Because when they're not getting bugged, the galleys by the scenario editor, the galleys actually perform very well versus Hulks. I mean, a 65 HP kills literally every single land unit. Yeah, the dock trap was cute. And look at this, guys. Nikov is coming out on the map. But still, we're getting much more of a game out of this than I thought we were at first, so that's always great to see. Archers coming out over here. They do not see the villagers, though. The forward villagers from Yo are still safe over there. Yeah, Hulks are basically ship step lancers. All right, Castle Age coming in for Yo. This is honestly super impressive. I mean, losing a villager in mid-Dark Age and then also immediately losing water to your opponent. Hulks attack buildings? If they're right next to the shoreline, so basically docks, yes. Although they have -3 building attack. It's the first time we've ever seen anti-building, like, or I guess, negative bonus damage versus buildings. What I haven't tested yet, though, is if they're still better than fire ships versus buildings. Yeah, another dock coming in. Yes, Hulks are available for every Civ. No Civ has a direct bonus for Hulks, but if a Civ, like if a general Civ bonus applies to Hulks, then it will apply to them. So, you know, Vikings and Koreans and Portuguese do get a discount on their Hulks. Magyars get free forging for their Hulks. Oh yeah, they also benefit from the melee attack upgrades. Yeah, I've only done a little bit of testing with them. But I'm very curious. We'll have to see throughout Thalassocracy Cup, which is going to be kind of our November thing. Hook to a spearman? Sure, why not? Anyway, nice hits there for Yo, and I mean, he is going to be in Castle Age a fair bit sooner than his counterpart. Blacksmith? No. But they have their 2 unique university techs now. What are very different? It should indeed, yeah. Crossbow and Bodkin immediately on the way here for Yo. We need the bow saw. We need the Holy Trinity. All right, there's the university, though, of course, for the fast ballistics. Bill's actually going to try to escape over here to the side. It might be go for like a TC in the corner or something. All right, Siege Workshop forward here immediately for Mr. Yo. The archers are trying to dodge the shots as best they can for now. Crossbow and Bodkin both coming in now for Nikov, but Yo still has the tech advantage, but Nikov doesn't care, man. Look at this, he gets a villager right there, and he denies the Siege Workshop. Oh my goodness, holy cow, guys, that is insane. Yeah, harbors are wild when fishing ships garrisoned. Okay, Siege Workshop is placed in a bit of a safer location, but yeah, denying that Siege Workshop is so huge right there for Nikov. He still has 8 fills ahead. He's now taken the slight lead in terms of resources collected. The fish in the middle are about to run out, though. Reshopdangne. I speak fluent Georgian. Alright, Mangonel coming in. Yo does have a villager forward still, but it's just hiding in the watchtower for now. Neither player's been able to add an extra TC yet. Where did those villagers go? Oh, the mule cart needed to be brought over as well. That's a little awkward. Need to drop off the stone there. Yeah, it's very impressive that Yo made this into a game after, like, basically the early game equivalent of slipping on a banana peel. Oh, come on, Nikov. You have a mule cart over here. And so after a very sort of wild back and forth early game, things are starting to settle down a bit. Both players trying to expand their eco. You got Yo with the TC coming up here to the north. And Nikov probably going to place another one somewhere over here as well. On a tiny pond? It was not. And I am very happy for that. That dock goes down. You still have the one forward dock left over there. Each workshop foundation is going to go down in a moment. Blacksmith is even going to go down as well, as Yo does have a stable somewhere. Oh, right here, forward. Here's a forward university, actually, for Nikov, who's been able to break his way through, and is now sending plenty of vills over here, as the wood is very close to running out in his starting area. Fishing ship is sniped over there. And it's not like either player is going to have access to a huge fish boom. Yo adds in his own third TC. Ballistics now coming in for Nikov. But yeah, Nikov doing a great job of surviving the early castle age of his opponent. Yeah, make sure that the mangonel is repaired as needed. The tower is even going to be attempted to be repaired for Yo just to slow this down even further. But Yo is going to be not under really any pressure at home. Nikov is cleaning up all the pressure on his side of the map, and this game really is just going to march forward after a wild early game. Yeah, things are just kind of going to cruise now, I think, in the near future. The fortified church is here at the front of the base of Nikov. I guess he just wants to start getting monks out. Yeah, here's the fortified church for the eco. It actually double fortified churches for the eco over here. And this is also a matchup that heavily favors Georgians in the late game. Or a matchup. Because, you know, Malians are a balanced civ in late game, and Georgians are not. There's no wood. There's still 130,000 wood on the map. I think we're going to be doing just fine. I think we are okay. Indeed, it looks like Nikov is going to be mining a ton of stone here. And we all know that Monaspa are both fun and balanced. Flirting with not being fair. I do think that they have 5 too much HP in Castle Age. But then Malians are perfect. They're the perfect civ. 45% win rate? Yeah, exactly. All right, another TC coming in. Yo is still going to be on the 4-3, though, and Malians themselves have a very strong economy in the mid-game. Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Yo could be getting cornered here. Nikov realizes it. Like, oh, wait a minute. It was miles away. Well, it is miles away, unless you happen to live near Beijing, and it is miles away. As long as they have gold. Malians can be competitive so long as they have gold, but Malians aren't very good at pushing. And Georgians spamming towers and defenses everywhere could be a real issue, and there is a fair bit of stone on this map. Official stream, not in English. It was in the Hera set? Oh, of course. Of course. Anyway, Yo is going to be booming up. He is ahead in villagers. He is ahead in resources right now. Metric in China? Yes. Yeah, I think Malians really could struggle to push a bunch of Georgian defenses in late game. But Folder is right that Heavy Camel plus Hand Cannoneer or Gebetto is still a very good army composition versus Georgians. It was 8 hours away in train. Lol. Yeah, the first day is done. So basically what's happening, guys, anyone who might not be up to speed on the tournament, is that it starts at midnight my time. So it starts at 5 a.m. GMT, or maybe 6 a.m. GMT. And that's obviously not a very good time zone for anybody in North America, and it's still fairly bad for anybody in Europe. So I'm going to be casting the Rex. That's the more normal AoE 2 time slot. I think, yeah, like Nilly was casting it live. Lewis was casting it on Hera's channel. And I think Daniela was casting it too. But I'm casting the Rex now. Friendly for once. Well, the China time zone shouldn't be too bad for the Aussies. China's, what, only a few hours behind? Korea? Yep. Although I do remember staying up till, 2 in the morning to watch GSL. This is still not common knowledge? I think it is top tier. At least as the game goes on. Not too many Civs have a super powerful late game eco, and Georgians are one of them. Anyway. Imperial Age on the way for Yo. Imperial Age on the way for Nikov, but Yo is definitely in the better spot economically, and since he does, in my opinion, have a fair bit of a weaker Civ in post-Imperial Age, or just Imperial Age in general, this is still going to serve him quite well. Yeah, I still say one of the best moments of my professional career in casting was getting to work with Artosis at DreamHack. That was a really great experience. Artosis was super nice and super professional. Three hours away? Yeah, that's what I thought. Wait, this is the MTC. Why is this happening like every single game as the MTC is under attack? But, like, look at Yo's resources right now. He needs to spend them, honestly. Double Blacksmith incoming. I know. It's surprising. All right. Imp almost in here for Yo, but the thing is he doesn't really have the upgrades, nor does he have the numbers. Really a little slow in making this transition, to be honest. Yeah, the first blacksmith was over here, so it got sniped, and then Yo forgot to rebuild it until he was almost in an Imperial Age. All right, Heavy Camel is on its way, though. The Manaspas have started Manaspa-ing. And this is, of course, going to be very scary as Nikov spreading out his eco here to the south. He's still got the fortified churches to help boost up the villager work rate. That said, Yo's eco has been very, very efficient. He's getting Farimba quickly as well. And, of course, just in general, Camels are going to perform well versus Manaspa. Indeed, we're going to Farimba Unana. Wheelbarrow just now on the way for Nikov. Handcart's already in here for Yo. Insert whatever Nikov-based eco upgrade joke you want. So whatever side Yo is. I mean, we could just say that Nikov, his weakness as a player, in my opinion, is post-Imperial Age, or just Imperial Age. And we know that Yo is the opposite. He is very, very good in the late game, even relative to all of the other top-tier players. Getting the double blacksmith upgrades here, and he is... I like that Yo's being patient, right? He's not rushing to try and clear up this army. He's just repairing the TC with one Vill, just buy time, wait until your upgrades are in, and knowing that, you know what? I don't need to take this fight. Just hang back, just chill, and make sure that when you do fight, it's with upgrades in. Now, I might just take this fight right now before, +4 is in, but he has all of the other upgrades in. And here we go. These heavy camels are going to eat everything alive. Ooh, boy. Beautiful engagement right there for Mr. Yo. Castle coming into the south as well for Nikov, but he's still missing a lot of upgrades. As in, he's missing Elite Manaspa and some attack upgrades. But Elite Manaspa is pretty important. Also, even when he does get Elite Manaspa, he needs something to challenge the camels, which is where the halbs come in, but Nikov doesn't quite have that eco to make it happen. Oh boy. Okay, there's Elite Manaspa. But these camels are mighty strong. Oh, the fire galleys stand no chance against the camels. And now they are fully upgraded. Elite Manaspa is almost in. Oh, but this is what I was talking about, guys. This is exactly what I was talking about. Remember, Ballistics is in. Ballistics is in. You at least have Bodkin Arrow and those camels just getting obliterated, as I really do think that Yo is going to have a very difficult time pushing Nikov here in the late game. Now Elite Manaspa is in. And there are a few enough camels here that you're going to be able to take those guys all out. Of course, you could start thinking about getting Spawn Tower as well as Nikov. Scores are very close, though, and again, for a game that, you know, looked like it would be over before it started with 3 early villager kills from Nikov onto Yo, we're just getting into a real late-game slugfest here. Yo already has 2 trebuchets, Nikov has none. And the siege is really going to be the critical unit here for Yo, because if they fight in an open field, the camels will obviously crush the Manaspa. If they fight underneath the castles, then Yo's going to lose all of his camels instantly. I say that. I mean, that is a lot of camels relative to the Manaspa numbers. Like, a lot. Yo's macro definitely on point here. The macro is amazing. Nikov not even having handcart is a very real issue. I mean, it still feels ugly, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Even with Nikov missing the final attack upgrades. And yet it doesn't really matter. Look at this. Yo just saying, go for it with camels under all the defenses, and he just doesn't care. He just takes the fight, and Nikov taps out. Yo's with the mid-game macro, faster to Imperial Age, faster to get the full upgrades, the double blacksmith. Wow. And yeah, again, Yo getting those trebs quickly. Nikov felt pressured to actually make something happen, and then Yo just did not let Nikov get himself fully massed up. Wow. Very, very impressive from Yo. That imp timing, and just look at this. His army count exploding and just immediately pouncing onto Nikov. Nikov, I mean, even had a little bit more gold and a lot more stone. It just did not matter. Yo, just with that beautiful timing. And now Yo dropped game number 1, but he is now 1 game away from winning the set. I need to take a quick break, guys. I will be right back. Hope you are having fun. All right, I am back, and we are actually going to be seeing the other new map. All right. Okay. Kind of an odd one, like arena, but with shallows instead of walls. You'll have Yo in the blue as the Aztecs here to the northwest of the map, and to the east in the red as the Wei, it will be Nikov. Speed through early game. Yeah, I have never seen this map before. Doesn't have very much stone on it, or much gold for that matter. Yeah, it seems like most of the gold is in the middle. You only have your main gold, and that's a forward gold. Can I leave again? Interesting. We'll have to see how much water play there is. With just the box turtles and the fact that everything is, you know, you can range it from the land, it's probably very difficult to actually try and get a fishing eco going. So it's probably going to still play mostly like a land map. Anyway, Yo's going to be trying to get an extra boar over here. And Feudal Age is in. Barracks is out here for Yo, not going with any sort of men-at-arm-based play. Nikov gonna start with an archery range. And of course, the Wei eco is gonna be very good here. Never mess with Da Wei. Already with a little bit of that Vil advantage, and it's gonna be even more in just a second with the horse collar coming in. Remember when Aztecs used to be a very strong eco civ? Remember the good old days, guys, when Aztecs were just like one of those good eco throughout the entire game civs? Sorry, Nikov even skipping Loom for a while. The Jew is on the other foot. Uh-huh. All right, so Eagles and Skirmishers coming out here for Yo. Skirmisher is going to be the main unit for Nikov, although he does have 3 bills on gold. Kill or any... I mean, Aztecs are, like, fine. But they're more limited than a lot of other civs. They're going to be more difficult to play than Wei, for instance. Yo, not really able to find any damage here. Nikov, meanwhile, did go ahead and get the gold mining upgrade, so he's got another villager lead. Obsidian Arrows, those were not good days. Obsidian Arrows was amazing to see, like, one game, and then never see it again. Seeing Obsidian Arrows every single game was just a complete catastrophe, man. It's kind of like the Noboru Rush with the villagers, the Huang stuff, the you pudding cheese, the phosphorus stuff. It's good to see once. It's exciting to see once. How much good? The Saracen bonus was basically 40% as good. Such a long time. Well, it took people a long time to really figure out how broken it was, because the pro players just didn't spend much time playing with the new balance. Here we are, guys. Men-at-Arm upgrade coming in here for Nikov, realizing that, well, Men-at-Arms counter both of these units, but they aren't in right now, and Yo is here to apply some very early pressure. Uh-oh. Okay, that tower is there in time, but certainly a little bit of a sweaty situation there for Nikov. And the Men-at-Arm upgrade is in. Now start making some swordsmen. For Arabia? I mean, they're all pretty good, yeah. I think Wei are definitely the best of them for Arabia. I don't know. Shu are probably like upper B tier. Wu upper B tier, lower A tier. Something in that ballpark. Wei are high A tier, low S tier. Yes, the free bills are very good, in fact, although the resources collected are even for now because Yo's been doing a nice job of applying pressure, and he's even getting another piggy right there. Another javelina. Wu feel underwhelming on water, but they're very good on water. They're a naval civ. 2 and 3 civs. I don't get why Shu would be so high. That one makes very little sense to me. You never really see them, like, force-picked on Arabia in tournaments in the same way that you see the, like, with Chinese or even Malay or Portuguese. They're not like an insane water civ. Indeed, 8 eagles. And Yo is able to click up the Castle Age first. And again, guys, Wei do have a better eco than Aztecs, but Aztecs don't have a bad eco by any stretch. And Yo has been doing a great job of applying pressure, so he is on his way up, and really all of this comes down to the early eco inefficiency from Nikov. Having to build the defensive tower, getting idled a little bit, having to go for the quick walls over there. Good stuff. How many Arabia tourneys? None. But it's more about just seeing our Shu force-picked on Arabia-style maps, of which there have been many, many. Many, many, many. And we don't really see that all that often. Yeah, KOTD would certainly give us some good data. Alright, Vil does get sniped there. There are some archers in this army for Nikov, and he is at least on his way up to Castle Age as well. And remember, you have no gold in the back of your base. You need to go aggressive here. Better maps? What map are Shu, like, top tier on? Work well when you play like Hera? Well, yeah. Shu are a very good timing civ, and Hera is very much a timing-oriented player. All hybrid maps? We don't see Shu picked all that often on hybrid maps. Yeah, Hera style works very well if you're Hera. It doesn't necessarily work well if you are Joe Schmo average player. And, like, when I say that, I mean even among the other top, like, 50 players. Yo is mining a lot of stone, guys. Hold up. What's he doing? Okay, he's getting a forward TC on the gold. Longswordman coming in. I'm a Joe Schmo too, it's okay. What makes Hera style different? Hera is all about hitting timings and playing defensively. And of course having perfect execution. Viper, it's kind of similar, but it's more about being greedy. But I also would say that Viper playstyle is also not one that most people should try and replicate. Yeah, I mean, but he had to take the fight there. He had no other option. So the Eagles able to force the engagement. Still, the Shanbei Raiders are in here. Well, you know, that's very important. So Yo still has gold income there, but not that much. It's not very impressive, and the longswordsmen have certainly done their job. Civ strength? Yeah, I think that win rates, lighter win rates are not at all the most important determiner of Civ balance. Everything that's happening? I don't know, man. Hera's the best player in the world, and I certainly would never argue otherwise. But is he really that much better than anyone else? It's like he always turns it up into another gear for tournaments, but I think it's interesting that Hera still hasn't really won an A-tier tournament in a long time, which indicates that Hera is the best when he practices, but if he's not practicing, he's not really necessarily the very best player over everyone else. That said, I mean, Hera's going to be the favorite to in any tournament he enters. Now he just, now he doesn't play them at all because he just would rather play ladder. But yes, Hera's very much the heavy favorite to take this tournament. Anyway, another TC coming in here from Nikov. He is slightly behind in villagers, but way ahead in resources. Winning A tiers. All but the very biggest S tier tournaments are probably not financially worth it for Hera. Anyway, gold shaft mining even coming in. Another TC here for Nikov. He's doing just fine. You got 20 Xianbei Raiders right now, and there really isn't a whole lot for Yo to do against this. Yo, almost towards a castle, but the castle, it can help you defend, but it doesn't really solve any of your problems militarily, which are the Xianbei Raiders. Although, yeah, okay, it's like, Nikov, don't miss the bug there. There you go. The child is a little bit older than 1, and they are not having another one as far as I know. Oh. I mean, I just think that Hera doesn't really practice at all, or, you know, bother too much with the A-tier tournament prep. But I still think it says something that, again, unless Hera is fully focused, he's not going to crush all competition in his path. So it's like, you know, Hera at his peak is definitely higher than anyone else at their peak right now, but Hera can't derp around and still win everything, which was kind of the case when Viper was winning everything. Another kill there. Yo is hanging in there. But this is, like, really unimpressive, guys. Okay, the castle comes in, and it immediately snipes 2 mangonels. The joy of derping? Yeah, that's very much seems to be the case. Which obviously isn't a knock on him. He can play however the heck he wants. Oh, geez, that is a lot of mangonels in the queue. Oh, boy. Yeah, you might want more Siege Workshops if that's what you want to do. Yeah, I still think that you just want to keep the pressure up. Go kill Yo at home. Yes, this castle is annoying, but you still have other gold you can take. Redemption there is probably going to get canceled. CA type units, they are not very well equipped to deal with that unless you have a ton of skirmishers. Actually, can he save it? Oh, it's close. Oh, it's close. That mangonel wasn't able to get a hit in. I mean, denying redemption would be huge, but he doesn't quite do it. That's huge for Yo, guys. Just barely able to keep the monastery alive. Huh. Because he was set up to go for Eagle Warriors, but he doesn't really have the eco to transition into skirmishers effectively. I mean, Yo isn't that far away from Imperial Age either. I mean, it still feels like a really ugly spot for Yo. Nikov's eco is so much better. His army quality is so much better. And yet it doesn't quite feel over. But Yo's going to be out of gold income very soon, most likely. Has to delete that mangonel, and Yo can click up whenever he wants. Another mangonel is on the way. There is a monk there. Got a castle coming in for Nikov on the side, too. Mangonels? Yeah, but that's what your own mangonels are for. Okay, you know, only gets a free mangonel there. Oh, a little bit of indecision with the fight. He kind of targeted the wrong mangonel. He kind of targeted the one he was converting, which is definitely not ideal. I don't think that mangonel's going to get another shot off. Of course, I'm wrong. And that is huge as well. I mean... yeah, Nikov obviously way too many on wood. There's more prep. I think that's exactly the case. I mean, Yo is running around with like half his eco. He's in a very bad spot. He can't even gather gold over here because of Nikov's very well-placed town center. That said, Yo's going to be able to get a castle. Double Siege Workshop over here. Handcart will probably be denied. Forces the deletion there. Yo still gets the 1 for 0, but, like, Yo is really trying to make something out of nothing, and you gotta give a man credit for that. Nikov is about ready to click up to Imp, but he's gonna be very far behind Yo, and Yo is getting the very critical trash unit switch, which I think is super important. I think the decision to go for pikemen is an interesting one instead of skirmishers, because you see your opponents making the Xianbei Raiders. I kind of like it, though, because you're relying on your few siege units to get the kills on, and like monks to get the kills on the lower numbers of Xianbei Raiders. And then you just use pikemen to run in and either force the Xianbei Raiders back because they have to micro down the pikemen, or if you make it a switch into regular cavalry units, then the pikemen are good there as well. Things nobody else could do. I think that's that's reasonable. This is a very interesting game for sure. I mean, the Treb is out. It's gonna start taking down that castle here of Nikov. This app seems pretty fun for sure. Yo also has 3 relics as Aztecs, which is helpful. He's getting some more eco upgrades. We have Tunqian coming in. Unique to Hera. Yeah, maybe. But it's been a while since we've had an S-tier tournament, so I'm kind of curious to see how this one's going to go. Like, is Hera probably going to win? Yeah, of course. But is it going to be a dominant performance from Hera, or is Hera going to have to fight tooth and nail to win? Tinshan just means that your military units generate food over time. I mean, look at this, guys. Yo's with another castle incoming. He's 8,000 resources behind. South how to counter the monks. All right, Nikov trying to add in some more TCs. He's on 131 bills. He's back up to a lot of Xianbei Raiders, and I think this could probably still be the killer for Yo. And that is, I just don't really think there's going to be a whole lot to counter this. That said, the Xianbei Raiders don't have all the upgrades in the world. He's like, yeah, I'm very interested to see how this tournament's going to go. I'm very excited for it, and I'm glad that I'll be able to share that with you guys. By the way, the finals start a lot later, so we will be casting the finals live. I don't know about like the semifinals and whatnot. We'll have to see. Yeah, I'm recasting the Rex, but I don't know any of the results. But yeah, already we've had some good sets so far. Really, really looking forward to seeing how these are all going to go. Those monks are certainly in trouble, but we have Elite Eagle Warrior in. They're fairly well upgraded. Blast Furnace is coming in, so they're only going to be missing Garland Wars. I mean, Nikov is getting to Light Cav plus Xianbei Raider. Right? That's obviously very, very good. But can you take the fight against Eagle Warriors, who are kind of good against both those units? That Treb is going to go down, it's true. Nikov has no castle, though. Yo also doesn't have a good defensive castle here. He's got great middle map control, but that's it. Nikov, meanwhile, once this gold runs out in a second, he's going to have 2 relics, and that's it. So, yes, the Xianbei Raiders don't cost much gold, but they still do cost gold. And it's not like you're going to be able to get any of, you know, your important upgrades for your light cav either. What are you going to do? Push with traction trebs? Oh. Nice joke. Like, Yo still barely has anything of an army. Again, the light cav have very poor upgrades. Just bloodlines, +1 defense, and light cav itself. But that is another snipe on a trebuchet, and it buys Nikov more time. He's healing up his injured units. And, I mean, he's still 65 pop ahead. That's not at all insignificant, right, guys? But, I mean, those Eagles are just eating everything for breakfast. Wins the finals? Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, yeah, you're getting the forging upgrade, but, like, look at this eco balance. How much of Nikov's resource lead is in wood? What do I say, guys? What do I say? If you have a huge eco lead and it's almost all in wood collected, how much does it really matter? Yo has more gold and more stone, and he's only a little bit behind in food. No, I'm salty about it. I hate traction tribes, man. And there it is, Garland Wars coming in. Yeah, unless you're playing a water map, having a gigantic lead, but it's all in wood collected, usually doesn't matter at all. Oh my goodness, the chicken suit men, guys. Remember, the Xianbei Raiders only have 9 total attacks, so other than their big volley, they only deal 1 damage to the Eagle Warriors. No way, do not get champs. Arson coming in as well. Yo still has 28 bills on gold. All of this gold in the middle. Yo gonna try and turn this one around. He was at like almost 70 pop disadvantage not a while ago. He still has a huge pop disadvantage. But does it matter if Yo is still with the map control? Because what like this traction trip is so bad. So freaking bad. More chicken suit men coming in as the TC finally goes down. When you can... I don't think you can kill the Eagles. Not very well, at the very least. We do have Blast Furnace coming in, and that certainly helps. But Nikov's losing a lot of ills now. That's not insignificant at all. And again, like, even the freaking Aztec castle's gonna take forever to go down to traction trebs. Oh, boy. Inscription coming in. Are the Light Cav going to do enough here, guys? They're sort of getting their upgrades. I mean, Nikov still has a huge population lead. Conscription's nice, though. I tried to. I mean, I was still kind of in a rush to go through all 50 civilizations, but I tried to. I mean, that's been Nikov's issue for a while, is he's only had his 2 relics for gold income. Yo is still with 35 bills on gold, and he's still got plenty to take here in the middle of the map. But of course, like, as soon as Yo is on the back foot, then this happens, right? Nikov's gonna start to run around all over the place with his light cav. Also, worth mentioning is that Nikov is gonna have a very difficult time gathering stone. And then Iluvatar with the 68 months. Thank you so much, Iluvatar. These light cav are actually starting to get a lot of damage done, guys. That's 9 villagers and counting. Yo is below 100. Army value also still in favor of Nikov. Yeah, Yo getting something of a defense going on, but can he really push into the heart of Nikov's eco, right? It's still relatively safe. Krebs are going to come down here to the south as Yo is going to try and make sure that Nikov doesn't have any castles at all. But here's the thing, is those Shenbei Raiders, I just don't see that blob dying anytime soon. I mean, the eagle stuff can't last forever. And eventually, Yo is going to run out of steam, but he's not going to do so yet. Well, Nikov can't go Haegwang, he has no gold income. Alright, Eagles here to protect the trebuchets. Another TC over here to the east. Yeah, I like this map. I like it more than the last map, to be honest. So long as we don't have just a bunch of ships sailing around, I think this is a great map. Yeah, I mean, it's just Yo with all of the gold control right now. And, you know, the extra Aztec relic. Although, this is actually going to be nice if you can get rid of that. Yo is kind of sitting on his butt right now, which is a little concerning, because again, the second that you're on the defensive as Aztecs here, you're gonna die. The Wei army is so much faster. Oh, and the relics are ejected. Yo gonna get a castle down here to the south as well. Yes, but Yo has been behind in pop, and it hasn't really mattered. I mean, Nikov's pop advantage has basically resulted in him having thousands of wood in the bank that he's not spending. No way he could get Hussar, though. No way he could get Mingguang armor. And this still feels like a very tough situation for both players, honestly. Nikov has a very slight score lead. That castle's not going to have a very easy time staying up, though. Also, like, how does Yo kill the Shenbei Raiders? I'm not too sure how. There are 45 of them on the field. They're missing a ton of upgrades. But again, like, they are going to need to die eventually. Castle already taken 6,000 damage, and you still have no real way of forcing down the trebuchets. As Yo's actually going to bring the relics home to the safer monastery, which I really, really like. We are at 72 eagles. The army value is so much higher here for Mr. Yo. No, the Raiders cannot run under castles. The Eagles don't love it, but they can. And look at this, guys. That castle is going to go down. The Shenbei Raiders are running back. I mean, yeah, Yo lost some of his chicken suit men right there, but now he's starting to split them up to the side as well. And of course, the second you don't pay attention to the Shenbei Raiders, they die in like 3 hits to the Eagle Warriors. Nikov can't make siege. What are you talking about, guys? I hear that traction trebs are super overpowered, right? Am I right, chat? Traction trebs are like the best unit in the game, and they need to be nerfed super hard. Hussar is big, for sure. From RF? But that's just RF. I mean, Hussar, again, Hussar being in is very nice. It helps out for sure. But now the TCs are going to start to go down. But Yo's on 85 bills. He's lost so many. I mean, he's on 5 TCs, but, I mean, he's losing the bills as fast as he's replacing them. But finally, the Xianmei Raiders are starting to take some big damage to the Eagles. He's lost like 20 already. Oh, I mean, those units are derping around. Oh, Yo isn't paying attention. He could easily kill that gate. It might not matter. The populations are getting closer and closer. More Eagles coming in. Yeah, actually, Elotrons wouldn't be very good, but still very difficult to keep alive. Hold on a sec, guys.
J, but nay.
Sorry, guys. I have an eye doctor appointment tomorrow. So I might have to speed through the end of the Rex later. But yeah, look at that. Over double the gold collected. But yeah, that was a fantastic game. Well fought. I feel bad for Nikov because the set looks like it was a fairly dominant one from Yo, but Nikov fought super, super well. It's just Yo, again, like once he just gets to that late game, is so difficult to stop. The Yoa Constrictor, indeed. Yeah, great performance there from both players, but Yo just showing how freaking scary he is. Great job. So, here are 2 sets done. And next is going to be ACCM versus Vivv. Oh boy. Eye Doctor, it sure doesn't. But I did get a discount. But yeah, I have to get separate vision insurance in America, which I only learned recently, which is really stupid, but what can you do? It was only like $116 last time, and it's probably going to be another like $116 this time, but it could be worse. It really could. Oh, that's right. I can't do a regular search. Oh, let's try the asterisk thing. Ah, it does work. Whoever said that in YouTube chat, you were a genius. All right, let me get these next Rex. Again, hope you guys are having fun. We are 40% of the way done with the day. No, I don't need the latest news. All right, looks like we will be starting on Bedouins. Or as some call it, Bedounas. Alrighty, everybody. Are you ready to rumble? Oh, hold on. We need... Oh, there's Vivv. While we're doing early game here.
或者一些
There's the
啊
fat
龙堡
dragon.
镇压城堡。
有兵在压城堡，是的，我这个打法的话被那些微超流选手会限制，如果将其打不出优势的话，我就很难打。我最喜欢竞技场，然后最讨厌的
No
话
idea what he's
是
saying.
游牧的话看脸的，有时候
How am I escaping from spoilers? By not looking them up?
Azul.
Nobody's been a jerk to me and spoiled stuff. Which I appreciate. Yeah. I mean, basically we're just getting the games, but I still think that even, you know, the AoE itself is what we're here for, right? The bells and whistles would be nice to have, but we're still mostly here for AoE. Anyway, Vivv gonna be here in the red as the Burbros to the east of the map. Well, I guess east. East of ACCM, who's in the corner here in the cyan as the Gurjaras. Nikov was very successful earlier on with Gurjaras versus humans. I mean, Nikov just played like a perfect game there. So maybe ACCM was training with him. I mean, they are teammates. Again, we're speeding through early game because 9 hours of casting, blah, blah, blah. Trying to avoid streaming for 9 hours.
Azul.
All right, gonna be a scout opening. So a different opening already from Nikov. Nikov opened archers. So a little bit different. I also really like Gurjaras on this map. You have so many different sources of early food income that you can just garrison the sheep in the mill and never really need to worry about taking them. Like that, you have 10 goats in the mill. And you still have your other sources of food income. Berbers, though, are an interesting one. Berbers are like Portuguese and Malay in that they're kind of good, like good everywhere. But unlike Portuguese and Malay, they're not really top tier anywhere, right? It feels like unless you're playing Arena, Berbers are going to be a civ that's like, okay, if you want to play Berbers, you can play Berbers. You can make them work. But you're never really going to rush into picking Berbers anywhere. Saracens are another civ that are kind of like that. You can pick them if you want to, but you're not really... There's no situation where you really feel pressured to do so. I mean, say we're already on the third set of the day. We're averaging an hour and a half per set, and that's with literally zero downtime and me zooming through the Dark Age. Berber champ skirms, it can work. You don't have Gambesons for Berbers, which is a little sad, but other than that, you got your full upgrades. So, let's see how things are going to go. Both players just have some scouts for now. I do think Vivv is probably just the biggest underdog overall in this event, so we're going to have to see exactly how that one goes. He probably is under a lot of pressure from the Chinese community because it's a China tournament, but unfortunately, I do expect him to come in last place. Maybe him and Andy are just the least top-tier players in this event that is exclusively the very best AoE players. Vivv also was qualifying in the China qualifier, where he had to beat all of the other Chinese players who are not named Yo, and Lix got a disqualification, so Vivv had a very easy qualifier. C tier on Arabia? I mean, it's fine. I would put Saracens probably in B tier. I mean, Hera top of C tier. Reason. What was the drama? He streamed without a stream delay, which is a big no-no for Microsoft-sponsored events. Is this a good matchup for Gurjaras? It's one that, when I first saw this matchup, I thought, oh my goodness, Gurjaras are going to crush them. They just have the better camels, and you can just out-camel your opponent with your camels. However, I have seen games where Berbers can actually out-gold efficiency Gurjaras just by out-massing them with the cheaper units, even with the faster train speed for Gurjaras, and with Kshatriyas in, they have their own discount. Yeah, it was almost certainly just an honest mistake, but he should know better, right? Viper did the same. It would probably take more for them to get banned, if we're being honest. But no, it's something that World's Edge is absolutely cracking down on. No tournament hosts in their own tournaments, and no, there has to be stream delay for anything World's Edge sponsored. But it's not like he's, it's not like Lix is banned or anything. It was just an honest mistake. Rules? Yes.
Namaste.
Anyway, although the KD is in favor of Vivv so far, nothing really all that decisive has happened. ACCM is ahead in resources. Vivv is about ready to click up to Castle Age. I will say, though, that if, as Berbers, you sort of survive early game versus Gurjaras, you're probably pretty happy with how things are going. Almost certainly, Nilly would enforce a disqualification against a top player. Nilly's not just going to show favoritism. Nilly has no mercy. Nilly is a menace, absolutely. Yeah, Lix, he didn't get banned, he got disqualified. Those are two very different things. Lix got disqualified from that qualifier because he streamed without a stream delay. Which, again, is a big no-no for World's Edge. Competitive integrity and all that. I mean, ACCM is selling stone, but Vivv is well on his way up to the Castle Age. Yeah, unfortunately, like, if there had been another qualifier, I'm sure Lix wouldn't have been banned from it. It's just, well, there wasn't another qualifier. Yeah, they keep their money, yeah. All right, Bloodline's about to be in, and this is good pressure from ACCM. It's certainly not a very comfortable position for Vivv, but still, you only need to buy 35 more seconds. ACCM's eco is really looking good, though. His macro is excellent. He's making sure that he is being as efficient as possible. Good thing overall. I agree. ACCM does snag a kill there, though. Alright, Castle Age is in. Light Cav is actually being a priority upgrade here for Vivv, which I think is really interesting. He is on 2 stables. He's actually making knights instead of camels. That one I don't get. Versus literally any other civ, I say you're up to Castle Age faster, go make knights, because they're going to be better against the Feudal Age units, but ACCM is playing literally the one civ that gets camels in the Feudal Age. Every single time? Yep. I think that is exactly how it should be. I mean, obviously, like, you don't want to be a jerk about it, but you need to have competitive integrity. And right now, guys, competitive integrity doesn't matter because ACCM is just bulldozing into his opponent's base. Yes and yes, Torvin. Oh my goodness, the insta upgrades. The insta upgraded camels. So huge right there. And just bulldozing into the base. I think that Vivv made 2 mistakes here. Light Cav doesn't do anything here. And getting knights doesn't do anything either. I think he needed camels, camels, and camels. Standard S tier stuff, which I think is totally fine. Also, hey T-West, I hope you're doing well, man. LAN events don't need gimmicks. The fact that they're LAN events themselves is already exciting. That said, there should still be more clown maps. All right, maybe Vivv can trap these units, but the eco is just going to be getting completely out of hand in favor of ACCM. Remember that the camels here are getting bonus damage. They don't have any defense upgrades. That one's only on the way. But second TC coming in here for ACCM. Personally, I would be really happy to see ACCM make a deep run in this tournament. Like, honestly, if Hera wins the tournament, it's like the result you most expect. The most poetic result would be Yo winning the tournament, or I guess Vivv, for it being the first LAN in China in years and years and years, and the first 1v1 event in China in like 2 decades. But I still think the most exciting winner of the tournament would be ACCM. But that's just my opinion. The odds of Hera winning the overall event? 75-80%. Camels here actually getting some nice raiding done. Yeah, Vivv has to tap out. Events can go for these days? Yeah. But, I mean, that was just dominant from ACCM. I think Vivv had sort of a thread when he hit Castle Age faster that he could have pushed back his opponent, but he needed to just go for camels, and he needed to go for camels very, very, very fast. Well, ladder doesn't really matter. All right, but ACCM dominant game number 1 performance for sure. But we're going to Arena! Woo! The only way that this could be better is if it were AOC civs. Unfortunately, we get the OP new civs. Berbers lose on Bedouins? Well, I mean, Berbers really don't have anything to do with Bedouins. I mean, other than the fact that Berbers also historically lived adjacent to a desert. Actually, Gurjara's also lived right next to a desert, now that I think about it. Again, we're going to zoom through early game. We'll have to see if maybe... Because the ball's in ACCM's court in the early game. Is he going to go for a tower rush, or is he just going to go right for the 2 TCs? I think versus Burgundians... I don't know. I'm never super comfortable trushing on Arena, so I'd probably just go for the 2 TCs, but I think you can really justify trushing if you wanted to. Geographic? Yeah, exactly. No, it's just going to be for the Coomer Boomer. 8 fills here on the TC, all very nicely. Oh, it's a delayed tower rush. Okay. Yeah, this is certainly something you can do. Right, let's put us at real time. Clown stream? Yeah, I probably could. Late Trusher, it really doesn't sound as good. Meanwhile, 27 pop up for Vivv. This is actually a little slow. With a 9 bill start, I'd say 25 pop is normal for Burgundians. Yeah. I'm not too sure about this. Loath as I am to agree with Cassis, I think I might have to. You're not stopping Vivv from getting to Castle Age. Market Stable should come down almost immediately. Stone and Gold are both going to be safe. Wait, Market Blacksmith? What? I guess he wants maybe to be able to add in a Siege Workshop? Okay. Alrighty. Meanwhile, ACCM still minimizing his idle TC time, but Burgundians have such a strong economy that no, their eco isn't as good as a human boom, just from like a pure, well, eco standpoint. But it's still much better, still much more competitive than most civs. Humans, but that's not what Vivv's doing at all. What Vivv's going to do is a castle drop, which I think is a really interesting choice. Wait, Vivv picked Burgundians first after seeing ACCM pick humans? So who had the first overall pick? Oh, ACCM, he's looking. He's looking to make sure that his opponent isn't scooching out with anything. Great awareness. So if ACCM picks humans first and you go Burgundians as a counter to humans, that does feel a little strange. That Flemish militia does literally nothing. Awkward. Yes, humans are... I hate playing against humans on literally any map. They're like my least favorite civ in the game to play against. There is nothing fun about it. Is he going for the defensive? The defensive castle is not good in my opinion. That is actually... You are going to fall too far behind in economy. Because behind this, ACCM is cruising. Like, his own eco is very, very smooth. 3k over... In terms of, like, what I prefer to face on ladder, I get less annoyed facing the Three Kingdom civs than I do facing humans. But, in general, the Three Kingdom civs annoy me more. Okay, castle right there. Does delete his barracks. If you're wondering why he didn't just delete a house, I really don't know. The barracks is still more valuable, especially since you can train Flemish militia from it, but whatever. You know, not at all. I actually think that this is, arguably a game-losing play. If he was going for the castle drop to sneak around and drop the castle on ACCM's base, then I think that could work very well. But this does not feel especially impressive. ACCM should out-eco you, like, by a very significant margin. He's already gotten ahead in resources. The overall boom was very good from ACCM, not really having a ton of idle time until he was actually just trying to click up to Castle Age. Did so before the, I guess, the 16-minute mark is kind of what you would normally do with the 3-ville start. So I guess it's like the before the 14.5-minute mark, which was still later, but he also went with a tower rush, so eh. Picking a civ? They should. Okay, a petard coming in. I don't know, guys. This feels like castle at home, get Kipchaks, take map control, forward castle, Imperial Age, win the video game. I'm a lot a bit concerned for this, for Vivv. Now, the petard will bust through, and that could be something. Yeah, wheelbarrow in. I mean, the humans player is basically going to be ahead in upgrades even. Okay, so those walls are where they need to be. And, oh, even saves the bill there. That's cute. You do need quick walls. The Coustelier factor might get a kill, but yeah, very, very good defense so far for ACCM. All it will take is a few camels, and like, he's totally fine. Please don't pick humans. Yeah, defensive castle coming in. Perfect, perfect, perfect here. And there's just a camel or two just to make sure that everything goes smoothly. Fusilier are going to run in here. They're not likely to get all that much done. You might get a couple villagers at best. Please don't pick humans. No, it's please don't pick humans, frowny face. Even better. Alright, so 0 Vills died. Kipchak production has started. Now it's really just going to be a matter of keep making Kipchaks, take back map control, maybe invest into Bodkin. I'm not sure what is like exactly optimal in this sort of situation. Oh wait, no, ACCM did add a 3rd TC. I thought it would be just 2 TCs in the Imperial Age. Anyway, that monk is going to have a very bad day. Getting Bowsaw pretty quickly as well. So ACCM is not going with, I would say, the most aggressive approach. Chat in the pregame lobby. It would be funny because it would likely result in, okay, who's going to dodge the map this time? Alright. Good luck for another conversion here. Relic situation is 3-0 in favor of Vivv. Oh, the Sag, you cannot replace the stone walls. You have to use a palisade wall. And Hart coming in as well, so, I mean, ACCM's still going to have a very good eco. Vivv will eventually overtake his opponent, but not for a while. Well, yeah, I mean, that's always the case, is can you survive the early imp push? But usually the answer to that is no. Bodkin is indeed coming in right now. Yeah, you can see that ACCM trying to spend all of his wood. Vivv needs to do the same, also floating a lot of wood. And doesn't... Well, that's exactly what happened. Why don't you say hi? It's literally exactly what happened. As a hype caster, I'm doing my best to provide an engaging casting experience for you. I'm not derping around talking about non-AoE 2 things constantly. You know, we're trying to deliver a professional experience, such as it is. Husbandry coming in, and ACCM's going to be ready for castle number 2. So it's still likely going to be, you know, going for a faster Imperial Age than your opponent, although it's not as fast as it could be. No, we're not getting distracted this time. Why do you need both words? Because the context isn't always clear. All right, castle coming in. Ballistics is on its way. That said, oh, more camels are coming in. This is going to delay the Imperial Age timing. Second castle going to come in for Vivv. Again, I feel like it's just going to be a race to Imperial Age, and this race is actually going to be won by Vivv. He's going to have 2 castles to 1 here. He's going to have a huge advantage in the Treb War. And I'm actually starting to like Vivv's position more and more. Homophonophobic. Oh, that's a good one. Well, I mean, if I'm like only one caster in many who are covering an event, or if it's like a smaller event, like I don't care, we'll just derp around because why not? But I mean, if it's a big tournament like this, then I do try and be more focused. Well, even that monastery being under a little bit of pressure is nice, but again, this still feels like a very good situation, especially if we just think, okay, late game is going to be better for Burgundians than humans. A big tournament? I don't know, this one. Humans being ahead of Nikov upgrades is very sad, though. That said, resources collected are still in favor of ACCM. Already started? Well, how would you hear about it if you didn't watch the qualifiers or just follow the tournaments closely, right? Another castle is coming in here from our Cyan player. I mean, again, the uptimes are basically identical, but still the 2 castles here is going to be huge. You're actually building up a fairly decent blob of Cousteliers. Pikeman upgrade coming in. Oh, and Kianan gifting the sub to FG Squared. Thank you so much, thank you so much, Kianan, for the gifted sub, and welcome to the Wolfpack FG Squared. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and Friends. Oh, I covered the qualifiers a fair amount. All right, Pikeman upgrade coming in. Relevant Kipchak upgrades as well, but we have Elite Coustelier on the way and Plate Barding armor. Yeah, I think most people covered the qualifiers. Or most of the people who do cover events. All right, 2 Trebs are out. Note that Vivv did prioritize getting Elite Coustelier over a Trebuchet. All right. Halb is coming in. Of course, that castle is going to be getting very low, and he's even getting conscription. This does feel a little greedy. Yeah, Vivv's not grabbing chemistry yet. Elite Coustelier is in, as is +4 defense. Can you take a good enough fight? I mean, the Kipchoks still are missing a lot of upgrades. And he's going to go right for the Trebuchets. And still only 1 goes down, and there's another one, and another one out. Wait, no, hold, that's Vivv's Treb. What the heck is that Treb doing over there? Ring coming in, Chainmail armor. But Halb is in, and that's obviously going to be huge for the Cousteliers. But now that you've got conscription, you have, I guess, 2 Trebs is enough. Vivv's almost out of stone, though. He's obviously mined all of it that's in his base. Yeah, the lack of bombard cannons, I think, is going to be a very real issue, as now we have 4 trebuchets. You just can't keep your castle alive, and remember, Vivv's heavily, heavily invested into the Coustelier. He simply cannot afford to lose a castle at all. Now, the Kipchoks are not elite, but they have all the other upgrades. Oh, and they're going to run in and start sniping Trebs here as well. Not going to finish that one off, though. I mean, again, you need to save this castle. There is simply no 2 ways about it. But ACCM is the one who's getting closer and closer to that 200 population. And Vivv is being, I think, very indecisive here, which is not what you want. He's getting, I guess, skirm upgrades, but... No. You're losing your castle. You've got no stone income. You've got nothing to spend your resources on, and ACCM should almost certainly win this game. It's around 10 villagers per trebuchet Kianan. So basically, you can surround a castle with at most 40 villagers. So technically speaking, you can out-repair 4 Trebs on level ground, or at least match that, I guess. But 5 Trebs you literally cannot repair against, at least not forever. Yep, Elite Kipchak coming in here. And again, you just have nothing to spend your resources on at this point. Vivv was so invested into the Coustelier, and he just lost the castles. He needed to take the fight. And ACCM up 2-0. Very well done. Looking just like the better player right now. And oftentimes ACCM underperforms at LAN events, but this is ACCM looking like ACCM. As he should. Alrighty. And up 2-0. And looks like not Nomad will be the next map. Been seen in every set so far. So remember, you start with a dock on this map. You start with it already built, and you start with less wood. It's basically just sped up. Regular Nomad. The rush distance is, I'd say, pretty average, but one win away from the clean sweep. You will have ACCM in the cyan as the Italians to the southeast, but with his dock actually also very nearby, here to the south. And to the west in the red as the Spanish, it will be Vivv, with his dock all the way on the other side of the map. Series life on the line. So already we see Vivv and Yo both go in Spanish on this map. Yo was able to make it work even after a very bad start. On the other hand, let's see what Vivv can do here, because ACCM really has just looked like the stronger overall player so far, which is kind of what you'd expect. Anyway, guys, I need to take a quick break, but I'll be right back. Ugh. All right. I return. All right, let's just skip over here to Feudal Age. I assume Vivv's going to want to try and go for a fast castle if possible, but there is a second dock coming in. I value my sleep schedule, but at almost 1,000 viewers? Yeah, but I almost never have almost 1,000 viewers. My viewer numbers are actually doing just fine. At least for my standards. So thank you guys. I think this would still be way better than if I was completely ruining my sleep schedule casting the event live. All right, so walls here for Vivv. You can see he's obviously just trying to get himself all safe and set up. He does have both gold and stone in the back. Archery range, quick for ACCM. You would think that Italians would be the more aggressive civ in general. Yeah, I think so. Have you ever tried Kaza Spätzle? I've had Kaza and I've had Spätzle, but I have not had them together. Didn't do reruns? Well, yeah, but I can't control what the bigger streamers do, so I have to do what I can. Don't put cream in carbonara? No, don't put cream in carbonara. You don't need it. Just egg. You're on? Yeah, exactly. Like, if Mem or Nilly and Hera are all doing reruns, then the chances of people wanting to watch a live cast would give me some sort of comparative advantage versus if we're all live at the same time when I have no comparative advantage. Is this only... it would be kind of odd considering ACCM's from Vietnam and not China. No, but Yo and Vivv are there to represent China, but all the other players are the other top-tier players. Convince them to change their schedule? Yeah, I know. It's all my fault. Not deserving of capital punishment? I mean, I don't like gatekeeping people like that. A decent player? I mean, he's a decent player, but he's not like a top 12 in the world level good player. Oh, he's actually casting? That's pretty funny. It would be remarkable. Anyway, Vivv is on his way up, just obviously trying to defend as best he can. Fishing ship kills are still at 0, so the fact that Vivv, yeah, he isn't going to be able to keep his fish safe for very long, but he was able to take them from over here where they started to sail around the map, and now they're back to working. So, as far as an early game could go here for Spanish versus Italians when Italians go for the feudal age pressure, this is pretty darn solid here for Vivv. 64-player tournament. Yeah, if Vivv doesn't qualify for KOTD, that would be something. But yeah, I don't think Vivv qualifies for a LAN event any other way. I mean, I would be pleasantly surprised if he did, for sure, but I don't think so. Not in the current player shake-up. Actually a hate crime? Oh no. I don't know. I had diagnosed depression and anxiety, so making fun of me in any way, shape, or form is a hate crime. See? See how it goes? Alright, cast coming in here. Yeah, the top 20 is very competitive, which is a lot of fun as a caster. But yeah, Castle's going to come in. Help protect this whole side of the base. You do still need to be careful here, though. The Castle Age Stonewall HP buff is going to be very helpful. Treat your depression that way? Yeah, there we go. Vivv's presence. I mean, if the Chinese organizer wanted to have one spot in their tournament guaranteed for a Chinese player, like a Chinese player who wasn't Yo, then, like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's one spot in the tournament. But anxiety? Oh, just general anxiety. But I've been treated and it's better than much better than it used to be. Yes, there are different types. Each workshop coming in. Second TC here for ACCM, getting crossbow and bodkin. Cheap university upgrades with ballistics would certainly be very helpful. No Boar Galley upgrade for either player. But we know how scary conks are. Over Tattoo and Doubt? Vivv didn't qualify over Tattoo and Doubt. The players who qualified via the regular qualifiers qualified over Tattoo and Doubt. And there's the university coming in here for ACCM. So far, only one dead Bill. Not too bad, but the conks are going to start conking. Oh, Vivv said it's conkin time and started conking all over the place, but ACCM with the War Galley upgrade, that demo raft is fairly unimpressive. And oh my goodness, guys, this is exactly what ACCM is looking for. Oh boy. Siege Workshop coming in here as well. No ballistics yet, though, so why rush the university if you're not getting ballistics? But I guess he's just really worried about the mangonels coming in. That's a decent hit. If only you could garrison your fishing ships. What a wild concept. Have the event camera? What's the event camera? All right, gonna be actually going over to Stone here. Ham on the clean feed. Oh, yeah, so what I could do is I could literally just replay the clean feed of the tournament. But I figured that it would be a better viewing experience if you just had me controlling everything and casting the live games instead of me trying to talk about what other people are doing. Anyway, ballistics is on the way right now, so you're still getting it eventually, and so far, ACCM is the guy who isn't making conquistadors, and he's ahead in villagers killed. That is pretty darn decisive. It's still gonna be 2 mangonels with another one coming versus 0, and the conks are getting some value. Boxes. Yeah, MM was also probably rebroadcasting the clean feed, and I imagine that Nilly and Lewis were doing the same thing. With this big demo hit ongoing. Exactly. All right, guard tower coming in here for ACCM. Remember, you do get that cheaper also with the Italians. And guard towers with even some archers garrisoned in them maybe might even be a very strong option against the conquistadors and mangonels. In front of a computer? Yeah, no idea. I don't like, you know, you can have the camera there for like the end of a game, so you can see the reactions, but you don't usually need to see it while everything's going on. Players are usually pretty expressionless because they're focused. But also, I generally prefer an unobstructed view of AoE2 as much as possible. All right, guard tower's in. Different settings. Feeds for interviews in the actual game. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what the overall plan was. Doesn't show the map name. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's certainly a minor issue. Oh, that's a 1 for 0. Is he getting another one? No. Does he get the shot there? Yes, he does. Oh my goodness, guys, this could be it. I mean, I know the tower doesn't work, but if you're literally trying to build a castle within a tower range, it does become more difficult. Oh no. Uh-oh. React to each other? I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I still don't really remember seeing player cams matter all that much. Like, there is very rarely a cool moment when the players are very reactive, but It's not like pro sports where we see people just have that physical exhilaration. Up. Castle is attempted again, and that's a good mangonel hit. As Castle is going to be much more likely to go up at the very least. But ACCM is still going to be very far ahead in economy. MOBAs and shooters? Oh. Yeah, I don't really watch those. Yeah, I mean, if it's between people who are already very good friends, but, like, that's... Again, you have to think about, okay, how much of those moments that you really want to capture on screen for having the player cam there the whole time versus all of the time where there is nothing terribly interesting happening. Anyway, Gilnut's also coming in here for ACCM. He does have his 8 fishing ships to really help bolster his economy. Tim Castle? No. The Tim Castle, like, the true Tim Castle is like you build a castle, you place a castle foundation, and then you immediately kill it with your own mangonel. Because the mangonel automatically attacks something that's right next to the castle foundation. But I also consider Tim Castle any castle that is, like, immediately destroyed as it's placed. Humans, if I were in charge of this magical world, I would have it so you have the player cams, but you only show them when there is, like, the end of a game or when there's something worth showing, as opposed to constantly. But again, like, that's what I would do if I was a director of a tournament. Yes, obviously named after the Chinese player Tim, who had that happen twice to him in a game. And then it happened, I think, like, another time in, like, a few days afterwards. Yeah, once I think he killed it with his own mangonel, and the other I think he built it right next to a battering ram that just auto-attacked the castle. Anyway, Kongs are still here trying to find some damage, but look at this, guys. Imp is not terribly far away for the Italians player. In games? Something like that. There you go, guys. Imperial Age is coming in. Now you can start making the Genoese crossbowmen, which are obviously going to be doing even better against the conquistadors than the regular crossbowmen. You still have gold income. Actually, it's about to run out. Okay, so this is going to be the next step here for ACCM. Figure out where else you can take some gold. This is the obvious location, but it's not secured as of right now. And the enemy building? It is indeed. Unless it's a wall. Yeah, but look at this. I mean, Vivv knows exactly what's going on. He knows his opponent is out of gold. So he's trying to camp this area as best he can. I just don't know how long you can sort of play that dance when you have archers with ballistics and monks here. And you also have to work around the defensive structures of your opponent. It's a very tough thing. And this is still looking very good for ACCM to get that 3-0 sweep. Another TC coming in from Vivv, but he just seems to really be falling far behind in economy. I mean, he is falling far behind in economy. The falling behind in economy happened a while ago. He really is making it look easy. As if defending against conquistadors and mangonels and forward castles is not, like, one of the hardest things to do in Age of Empires. Gets a conversion there. 20 seconds to Imperial Age. With the gold secured, yeah, probably could be an Imp GG. Honestly, like, once you shoo away the conquistadors even a little bit, I just love getting some stone walls up over here just to make sure you don't have to even worry about that at this point. Look at this. Imp is in. you should probably do something with it, ACCM. I mean, that's just like my opinion, but doing something with him feels like a good idea. Oh, he doesn't have a market. Ah, yeah, that's rough. Must have lost it over here somewhere. Up against Spanish. They're definitely one of the better civs. Also, second game in a row, Vivv's getting herbal medicine. I don't think it really matters. The issue is the economy, not the unit quality. Or unit retention, even. Also, our Italian players trying to make more fire ships? I guess Vivv's trying to push back on water as well. Well, that chemistry upgrade is probably not happening, to be fair. But the Treb is coming out. No Bracer yet, remember. It's not like the most inspiring early Imperial Age here from ACCM. Oh, he doesn't have a blacksmith anymore. And he doesn't have the university either. Okay, so to be fair, Vivv doing a good job of destroying his opponent's infrastructure. Well, I mean, that's why I'm here. Casting this at the more EU/NA/SA friendly time zone. Anyway, another castle coming in, chemistry's coming in, and Bracer's coming in. Hey, he's fine. A little bit of a hesitation in early Imperial Age, but he is doing just fine. All those extra arrows are going to come in. Those Kongs aren't going to stand a chance, and they're just going to get eviscerated by all the defenses. Sets today. This is the third set, which is very likely almost over. Out of 5 sets. And it'll be the same deal tomorrow. Some of the different world versus another player. If he's against Hera, maybe. If he's against Yo or Viper, maybe even less. But ACCM is still doing fine. Gonna try and dance around with the Conquistadors as best you can. With the book wood rules? What? Double Siege Workshop even coming in. Yeah, I mean, you're losing so many Conquistadors just to try and kill a few villagers on the gold here. Oh, that's... Yes, they're playing with Buchholz. Are servers broken? I have no idea. Yeah, the Castle Age skirmishers are not likely going to be very sufficient at all here. Huge score lead here for ACCM. Going to be cruising his way to victory in this series 3-0. Nope, no English casters there. UK? No idea. Anyway, GG called, and ACCM, man. Like I said, he oftentimes starts very slow at LAN events. I don't know if this is just ACCM really turning it on, ACCM being a better opponent, or just a better player than Vivv right now, or ACCM not being jet-lagged because Vietnam is just an hour ahead of China, I think. So it's like, you know, barely a time zone change. Maybe it's all three of those together, but ACCM looking very, very good right there. A rerun? I mean, I think the bigger streams are doing reruns. But obviously I'm live. All right. So well done there to ACCM. Hart versus Hera is the next set, and Liry versus Sebastian is the final set. I didn't know Hart is from the land of one of the new civilizations, the Puru. Yeah, got a fair amount of people tuning in on both Twitch and YouTube. Thanks, everybody. Again, this is going to be the plan all weekend. I say weekend when it's Wednesday right now, but you know what I mean. All right, Lookout is going to be the first map. As a cross. The Canadian flag has a maple leaf on it, not a cross. And Peru's flag actually also has their coat of arms on it, but on the little dinky versions of the flags I have, it's just empty. I spelled it like... I can see this version has the emblem on it. A maple cross. All right, guys. First time we will be seeing a Lookout here. Of course, the favorite of the tournament. It is going to be Hera in the blue as the Goths here to the southwest. And to the northeast in the red as the Vietnamese. It will be Hart. Of course, these guys were former teammates. And tons and tons of experience playing together. Oh, wait. I forgot to pay out the last prediction. We'll do another one here. Oh, wow, I actually forgot it from 2 ago. Lol. On front. Oh, I did not know that. Who will win the series? Hera. Hart. All right, guys, 2 minutes if you want to do predictions. Obviously, if you know the result, don't do the prediction. Don't be a hater like that. Anyway, again, zoom through Dark Age here. Goths are a very interesting pick. They're good at early Dark Age aggression. They have the hunt bonus. I do think mid-game they're going to run into a lot of problems versus Vietnamese, who are just going to have a better eco and a better tech tree. But it's an interesting choice for sure. Also, in late game, Goths are one of the civs that actually have a decent enough matchup against Vietnamese. You know the result? I guess. Currency is worthless? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So, 4 militia coming in way from the side of the map. Thank you, Vader. Appreciate it. All right. Got some walls coming in here from Hera, and Hart is actually just going to be opening scouts. Nothing terribly wild from him. Is getting a horse collar. Of course, we always want to see Vietnamese players grab those eco upgrades as early as possible. Worthless. All right, the men-at-arms are here, though. There is 1 spearman to help out. But this is still pretty scary for Hart. Good quick balls here as well. Goth men-at-arms do get the extra damage versus buildings, although they do not get arson. Oh! How good is this, actually? I mean, you're still going to have to spend a lot of villager time. How good is that? I mean, it's better than losing Vills, for sure, but, like, this is a lot of resources invested, and you still need villager repair time, otherwise the men-at-arms are immediately either going to break into the wood line or break out. No, Mozambique has an AK-47 on their flag. Yes, there are a few countries that have weapons on their flag. I think that Mozambique is the only one that's actually a modern firearm. Oh! Spearman does get an extra poke in as well. That's a nice little advantage for Hera. Anyway, 2 scouts die for 1 Vill. It's really not very impressive. I mean, eventually those men-at-arms are going to go down, but honestly, if they basically have paid for themselves. Exactly, 1 kill. Resources collected, already very advantageous for Hera. That is because of all the idle time here, the forced repairs, and yeah, it's... And he's also technically gets a Vill ahead immediately because of the free loom upgrade. Hart's also had more idle TC time. Of all 5 houses. Oh, I did not know that. Yep, it's got AEIOU. So easily identifiable. Well. Uh-huh. Yeah, the Portuguese were not big fans of letting go of their colonies. Well, especially under Salazar. Anyway, scouts and skirms are on their way. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, Hart has a lot of kills, but because he's 450 resources behind, and I don't know exactly how many resources are destroyed, but I mean, all things considered, it still feels like this is a better start to the game for Hera. Blacksmith now coming in here for Hart, though. He's going to just get himself fully walled in the corner. I'm pretty sure the tournament doesn't have Arabia itself, so this is really the next best thing, so to say. Oh, Chicken Arabia. That's right. That's right. All right, more skirms on the way, so it's really just a skirm fest. Skirm Fest 2025. Get your tickets. Castle Age on the way, though, for Hera, and just so much faster, because, again, he's just had by far the more efficient early eco, and, I mean, this really just is the whole story right now. Hera, more efficient eco. It's how he wins so many games, is by having a better Feudal Age economy, and getting the farms down faster, and getting a faster Castle Age. Now, I am a big fan of getting Wheelbarrow in Feudal Age as the Vietnamese, but the issue is going to remain that Hera's just going to be up to Castle Age so much faster. He can add TCs so much faster. He's already still far ahead in resources. And let me tell you, I've casted a lot of Hera games in my time, and I've seen a lot look exactly like this, and Hera wins almost all of them. Subfuman. Would Goths be favored if they weren't played by Hera? I think it's a matchup that is reasonable either way. If Goths weren't so good in late game versus specifically Vietnamese, I would say it's a very bad matchup for Goths because mid-game Vietnamese is so much better. But Goths do have some nice early options. You have the extra hunt over here that you take with your villagers. Men-at-arm rushing can be very good on the map. And again, late game being very good for specifically Goths versus Vietnamese does help a lot here. Vietnamese are still, again, heavily favored in mid-game, though. Hart is from Peru. Not to be confused with the Puru, the new civilization in Chronicles. Anyway, Hera's gonna mop this all up. Osaw coming in for him. Second TC. Again, like, this game is full-blown Hera.exe. Second stable coming in. I would have suspected Cav Archers, honestly. Right, sideways Latvia. It's the Polish flag, but rotated, and also you add another half of the flag to it. Anyway, Hera cleaning everything up there, still ahead in resources, third TC coming in, and again, like, this is what he does. He has a more efficient feudal age, he gets way ahead in food collected than his opponent, and then he just gets to castle age faster, and then it's like, what do you even do in this situation? Hera's already on 3 TCs, he's fought you back home with his castle age timing, and then what? Whoa, 2 stables and 2 ranges, so maybe Hart's saying, you know what, you're up to castle age so much faster than me that I need to go aggressive. In which case, I don't think he's really wrong. Hera is this greedy? I don't know if it's greedy, per se. I mean, he's definitely just booming away. But he's not under any pressure right now. Knights have no upgrades, and I think Hart does need to realize that he needs to make something happen. Also, Goths are a terrible defensive civ, as I'm sure you all know, so you have your opportunity to do so. Run away, mule cart! Oh yeah, that was a change they made, I think, since the qualifiers, that you can now research eco upgrades at a mule cart, even if you aren't a mule cart civ. Second TC coming on in here for Hart, though, so he's not all in by any stretch, but, I mean, double range and double stable really indicates I want to go get some damage done. And like I said, Hera is already 10 avils ahead. He is going to get even further ahead unless you do something in the very near future. Also, we, like, never see the Central European architecture set anymore, man. It's nice. I mean, Huns, Goths, Teutons, Vikings are all not seen very often. Third TC, this does not feel like a play that's going to get you anywhere. He's not going to go aggressive enough to punish Hera's better eco, and he doesn't have a good enough eco of his own to match Hera's boom. It's the same. I think they always had their flags slightly different. But yes, they have 2 different shades of blue. I forget which one is darker and which one's lighter. Husbandry coming in, but I don't know about any of this, guys.
Hey, sir.
They're like way off in the middle of nowhere chopping wood with those bills. Whatever. Hera's on stone. Again, like, Hera's barely investing anything here into defense. He has a few knights with literally 0 upgrades, a monk, and not even 1 scorpion yet. But because there isn't enough of an investment in the aggression here from Hart, because he's trying to boom on 3 TCs behind this, it's like, how far is he really going to be going? But also, I'm colorblind and have a hard time distinguishing between them anyway. Fourth TC for Hera. I mean, like, he is having as optimal a situation as he wants. Hera is literally... There is nothing that Hera is doing that he hasn't wanted to do all game long. Like, I don't even know if the trap over here with the men-at-arms was even something that Hera was necessarily too unhappy about, because it still caused so much idle time. It sort of guaranteed that the men-at-arms would get, like, a decent amount of value. Now, Hera isn't, like, ludicrously far ahead in terms of resources. And he's 900 resources ahead, but with more bills. And also handcart. But his defense has been good so far, and there's still a huge onus on Hart to make something happen. No ballistics, remember, for the CA. He's kind of went for both knights and cav archers, so obviously neither unit is as upgraded as if you had just gone for one of them. And Hart is really terrified of getting his units converted here. Hera just going to charge in. Yeah, if ballistics was in, that would be a lot of dead knights for the cav archers, but because it's not really that big of a deal. I convert you, you convert me back. Has a completely different meaning. Yeah, apparently in Zoomer lingo, a PDF file means pedophile. And I said a PDF file in my new tech tree video, and people were like, what are you talking about? And then they realize that I'm just a not chronically online zillennial. All right. TikTok? I guess it's a TikTok thing. It's weird because you have all of these terms because, like, so many things get censored. Whereas the internet that most of us grew up with just had nothing censored in the first place. Anyway, castle's up over there. Hera's on his way to Imp, guys. Hera is invested so much less into military. It was so much faster up to Castle Age. Uh-huh. Also, if Hera and Liry both win, isn't it just like, okay, the top 4 players all won their sets decisively, except ACCM, who also had to qualify, but was also probably the most lopsided matchup of the people who had to qualify. Such, I think it's like an algorithm thing for advertisers. This is not the Imp TC, by the way. That would be this TC. It's still not comfortable for Hera, don't get me wrong. Oh, this castle will be huge, though, if it goes up. But, of course, Hart's going to try and make that not happen. There you go. Get some value there, but the Scorpions are getting some decent value, too. TC does fall. Yeah, Hera kind of threw away everything right there. All right. I mean, happy Imperial Age to Hera. No pikeman upgrades, though. I mean, Hera literally gave up his entire army to get this castle down, which might have been a good idea. But perhaps Hera, in fact, going a little too greedy. Handcart now coming in for Hart. He still has a very solid eco behind this. Over 100 villagers. He's got, you know, decent eco upgrades. And yeah, Hera just doesn't have his own upgrades yet. I mean, to be fair, Goths are not a very Hera civ. I've been saying stuff like that literally for years and years, Bombay Gypsy. What are you talking about? Ballistics is coming in. I mean, Hart's also on his way up, guys. Also, does anyone else find it incredibly painful that Vietnamese are just played as knights and cav archers and light cav and cav archers? I know I find it painful. Again, where are the pikeman upgrades? We got 33 vills on wood. I guess Hera's just waiting for elite Huskarl, but he does not have anarchy. What do I mean? Well, Vietnamese are historically like a foot archer civilization, so it's like the archer line, skirmishers, and rattan archers, and then supported by like halbs or elephants, and then like bombard cannons. But nowadays, they're played like they're Huns. Still, Elite Husky is going to be in here in just a moment. Chain Barding armor coming in. Or so fun to play. I agree. It's just, you know, it's like every civ is just Cav Archers, Cav, and Skirms. Still, again, like, Hera is only able to produce Huskarls out of his castle right now because he does not have Anarchy. Note that Hart is actually getting a defensive castle. I mean, I get it, right? You don't want to go for a forward castle when your opponent's so much faster to imp, but here we go, guys. I am not sold on this whatsoever for Hera. Good Mangonel control as well for, like, this is terrible from Hera. What the heck? Like, Hera did all the hard things right. Like, he got ahead, he got his huge boom, but it's like, it's so funny when Hera doesn't go for the Hera units. If he's not going for Cav or like Cav Archers, it's just like what the heck, man? I mean, the Huskarls are going to come in for a big counterattack. And again, Hera's castles are very, very well placed. His eco is quite safe, all things considered. And he is getting Blast Furnace. And Halb is coming in too. Still, Cavalier are very good against Huskarls, as you would expect. You need the Halbs out, and Halb is going to be in here in just a moment. Still no Anarchy and still no Profusion, though. Doesn't even have Conscription. Of course, gotta love the barracks on the side. I mean, Hera's still probably fine. He's still adding in bills. I mean, if nothing else, Hera can still likely just macro his way to victory, but a lot of this doesn't really inspire confidence. I mean, the defenses don't have a ton of upgrades. Hera is just now getting Bodkin. Now Huskarl's coming in from the other side. I mean, Hera's still 5,000 resources ahead, guys. Yeah, Huskarls are still coming. It's still probably fine for Hera. Halbs are going to be here. And again, Goths are very good against Vietnamese in the late game in general, but you do need to get everything up and running. And Hera has done so, even if it hasn't been the prettiest. Hera's the one who's at max pop. Hart is not at max pop. No, you don't have Blast Furnace, so you don't trade efficiently versus Goths. And no hand cannoneers either as Vietnamese. That's what I'm here for. No Gambesons, no Blast Furnace, but you have Champion. There's Anarchy, a random Petard on the way, that's probably a misclick. So weird, why are freaking Vietnamese just the Cav Archer and Cavalier Civ? No elephants, no skirms, no rattan archers, no halbs, no bombards. yeah, you are reliant on arms and rattan archers against infantry. Oh no, Hart not paying attention there. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, this is where Hera should just win by it being a good matchup for the Goths and Hera macro being unstoppable. Yeah, but even if you didn't get extra HP, I still feel like Vietnamese would be played like this. Resources destroyed, still in favor of Hart, but Hera's so far ahead in economy, it probably doesn't matter. Hera's definitely a very awkward time in early Imperial Age for Hera, but he's still, like, he lost a ton of vills, but he was on so many TCs, and his eco was so well protected by castles, which are perfectly placed, by the way, that it didn't really matter. And yeah, you can see here, Hera's not too far behind in resources destroyed, and is just very far ahead in terms of resources. Behind in gold collecting, but he doesn't need to really spend much gold at all. He doesn't have heavy plow, though, which is a little bit sad from Hera. Come on, man. Elephant? The elephant's dead, man! A little bit more raiding happening, and again, I don't see this anymore for Hart. He's not developing a good long-term army composition at all. Paper money, baby! Hera also has 3 relics to 0, by the way. Last 2 are over here in each corner of the map. That game, yep. But Hera didn't really get there as well as he probably should have, but it's still going to be good enough. And that's all that matters, is if it's good enough. And Hera definitely going to be quite happy that he rolled this matchup in the first place, because if it was against a Civ that had better infantry or siege, then it would be very, very sad for Goths. But he probably anticipated it in the draft, would be my guess. I don't think Hera ever got Perfusion. No, he did not, so that's going to be one he's going to want to pick up for sure. Yeah, 46 Huskarls. Those Cavalry are going to die. Hart's still slightly ahead in resources destroyed, but again, we're playing Vietnamese like they're Huns. This isn't going to be super efficient. Another castle here for Hera. This game is looking very, very over. Like, aggressively over. Now you're going to switch to elephants? I mean, granted, I don't really think that if he was going elephants, he would be in really any of a better position, but... it was more like the time to win the game was a lot sooner, but Hera was way too good with his castle placements. His defense wasn't great, but the issue is that even when Hera lost 40 villagers, he was still at 120 because his macro was just perfect. And Hera wins game number 1. A little bit behind in gold, but he just didn't really ever have to spend that much gold, and obviously over 50% more units trained because that is what the Goths do. All right, let's see game number 2.
Ornlu high.
Forcom with the 90 months. Thank you so much, Forcom. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, didn't somebody say there was drama in this set earlier? I haven't seen any drama so far. Yeah, November's Thalassocracy Cup. December is... KOTD. Oh yeah, and then TTL's somewhere in there. Alright, so now you're Huns. Hart's like, oh man, I meant to pick Huns before. Now he's actually Huns here to the east. And to the west in the blue as the Lithuanians is going to be Hera. Both are going to be perfectly fine civilizations. Lithuanians should maybe get the earlier dock, though. Indeed they are. Then Lewis Nilly did? Really? I mean, Hera just did Hera things. He was probably a little bit too greedy, and it wasn't the smoothest transition to Imperial Age, but it was pretty straightforward. In a much worse spot? Oh. No, Hera was totally fine. Again, it looked a little shaky in early Imperial Age, but the thing is, you just had to look at the villager count. Watch fewer games? Maybe they do. I mean, Nilly's casted more AoE in his lifetime than I have, but I've probably casted far more games more recently than the two of them. Anyway, Fire Galley's out here. Fire Galley's out for red as well. Hera has the one more fishing ship. Resources collected are still basically even. And a good foot. Yeah, I mean, like, Hart was doing at least a reasonably good job with his pressure, but he was falling way, 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 way too far behind in economy. Yeah, it certainly was not the closest lookout game I've ever seen. Oh, Hera gets the kill there. Nicely done. Anyway, second Fire Galley's out, even getting a little bit of damage there on to the Spearmen. Still nothing too wild happening so far. Hera just one more fishing ship. Is very slightly ahead in resources. It's probably not too big of a deal, although Hera is getting housed. A little bit of a noob move. Hypecaster. Are Lewis and Nilly hypecasters? But, oh, nice split there. But yeah, like, Hera didn't even drop below 120 Vils. And the thing is, like, a bunch of expensive Cavalier were dying in the process. Snowball military advantage. I don't know if he could actually prevent the castle from coming up. It might have been his best shot, though, because that second castle really just helped protect Hera's eco way too much. And the thing is, all of Hera's eco was basically next to a TC or castle. That he doesn't find it interesting, his job depended on it? You mean, like, my job does depend on it constantly? Because I have never been able to make a game exciting or interesting that I don't personally find exciting or interesting. Acropolis always has a pond on it, but different versions of the map have different amounts of fish in said pond. This particular version of Acropolis has some shore fish, but no deep fish. But it's still a map that you rush a dock on every single time. That said, good job here for Hart. He has won the early water engagement. He's got some scouts near towards his opponent's base. Without ponds? I'm pretty sure Acropolis always had a pond. Of some kind. But yeah, the thing is, like, it also got to the point where I felt like it didn't really matter how hype I was if it didn't actually impact my growth of it as a Twitch channel, so I just kind of stopped caring. I try to improve my casting in other ways, but you know, if it's not going to be worth it to put in a ton of energy into something, why do it? Anyway, Hart just to make sure that the dock goes down so that he can more safely fish. You don't know how many ships Hera has in the dock, so you want to make sure that they're ejected there, but it's just the one fire galley, so it's obviously not going to be too big of a deal. Maybe some versions didn't have a pond, but the Acropolis I know always had a pond in it, but no fish or like 1 or 2 shorefish. Yeah, nothing too drastic. Anyway, Castle Age uptimes should be fairly similar. Again, resources collected are basically dead even. Which again, it's like, credit to Hera, man, in his early game eco management. The fact that he lost his fishing ships and is still going to zoom ahead to Castle Age even a little bit faster. I mean, yeah, Hart won water, past tense. But it's like a 10-second difference. It doesn't really matter. No market needed for either player. Very well done. And now the question is just, what do they want to go for in Castle Age? Both civs have fairly diverse Castle Age tech trees, so you can go for many different things. Hera is grabbing fletching. He has the 1 archery range. Now, if there's anything that I get a little bit nervous about with Hera sometimes is that he often doesn't add in another military production building until, like, a lot later. But since neither player is really doing that right now, it doesn't, I think, matter too much, and the Vivv survives anyway. Hart loses all of... Why am I being barked at? Dash. Osima. Do you want to kibble dinner? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Hold on. Having a corgi is quite the experience. All right. Looks like not a whole lot happened. Both are on 3 TCs. What did Hera... Has Hera still not added another military building? No, just 1 range. No ballistics even, just adding in TCs and some skirms as well. All right. The first game of the day was actually very, very good. What? No, I'm not muted. For once. As I so often am. Ballistics now on the way actually for both players at almost the exact same time. Market coming in for Hera. Neither is on stone yet. And relic situation, of course, always very important for Lithuanians. Hera is only on 1, and the other 2 relics are kind of either neutral or slightly better here for Hart. So if Hera is denied more than 1 relic, that would be huge, huge, huge for Hart having a chance as this game goes on. Otherwise, Lithuanians would just obliterate them with Late Chai and skirmishers. You see, what I do is I look at OBS, and if I see on the audio mixer that sound is coming out from the mic input, then we're good. Anyway, 4th TC here for Hera as he started mining a fair amount of stone. So though, there is a lot of potential here for a Hart if he can keep the relic count low. Also, very surprisingly passive mid-game, but I guess Hera's never going to be the one who goes on the aggressive if he doesn't have to. Hera likes to chill. Well, Hera has been cleaned up. Villager counts are very similar. Resources collected are very similar. But I think it's funny that Hera loses water, and Hart should be getting a big eco lead, but it's just the Hera effect that basically means that, okay, you get a little bit of an eco lead with water, and that allows you to keep up with Hera's macro. Wild. Handcart coming in as well for Hera. Huns also have a better mid-game eco than Lithuanians. I mean, the extra 100 food is nice from the TCs, but obviously does not compare to the Hun savings. Gets a snag there. And Lithuanians are certainly going to have the skirmisher advantage in general. But Hera looking to get relic number 2. So even if it's 2 to 3 relics, that's enough. Lithuanians only need 2 relics to get 20 attack for their Late Chai. And 20 is just a big breakpoint when it comes to damage because there are a lot of units that have an HP that is a multiple of 20. That's usually 1 fewer hit to kill. Still, it could be worse. It doesn't mean that getting even more attack is even better, and that monk probably needs to get its butt moving. 4th TC just now coming in for Hart, though, later than Hera, and Hera also still ahead in eco upgrade, so he will still likely be getting further ahead over time. But yeah, that's lots of exciting skirmishering. Very, very exciting skirmishering. Oh, who was it that went for the stone walls on this map? Oh, I'm trying to remember. Somebody just like went full stone walls at the base of the Acropolis on this map, and it like didn't work at all. It was way too much surface area to defend, but it was very funny. Was it Jibatog? I think it was. It was like a couple months ago. Anyway, Imp is on the way here for Hart, so very nicely done. Not spending quite as many resources on the booming as his opponent, but very good efficiency. And again, credit to Huns and their good mid-game economy. Likely gonna just be switching into cav archers. The issue with that is that, of course, Lithuanians have some of the best skirmishers in the game. And they will only take 1 damage a hit to even fully upgraded cav archers. Whereas most civs, skirmishers actually take 3 damage a hit from fully upgraded cav archers. But tower shields is very good. Anyway, imp on the way for Hera. Slower, but not likely by a difference that's going to matter all that much. Why is Hart only going skirmishers? This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Oh, what happened with the monk? Hera absolutely had the opportunity to pick up that relic. Interesting. It's just both players making skirmishers. The difference, though, is that Hera has 30 villagers on gold and Hart has 7. Alright, just being a little bit annoying there with a few cav archers. More ranges coming in. Is Hera just going to only make skirmishers? All I need are skirms. Skirms. No, but in all seriousness, guys, Liry are still going to make this very difficult for Huns. That said, Liry with only 1 relic is much, much more manageable. And Hart doing a great job of prioritizing the relics. To trap it down. He doesn't know he's faster up to him. You don't want to just go forward with the castle, and if your armies are even, then you just suddenly get wrecked. 2-shot skirms. It's 22 attack versus 35 HP, so no. Wait a minute. Yes, it is. 22 attack does 2-shot him. What am I talking about? But even with only 1 relic, they'll 2-shot him. Even with no relics, they 2-shot them. Oh, hill forts! Go, go, power hill forts! Oh, go get him, spearmen! Take them all down! Those knights don't stand a chance. Rip. Well, Latest plus Skirmisher is certainly the army comp you're going to be gunning for as Hera. It's going to be a little bit trickier as the Huns. I guess it's... The thing is, if you go Hussar plus CA, which is your sort of default army composition as Huns in late game in most matchups, that still feels like it dies to Liry. But if you get enough of a meat shield with the cavalry here and you can sort of catch your opponent before they've completely developed the army composition, then that can absolutely work out in your favor. And the Hun army composition is also very efficient on the gold cost, which is even bolstered by having 4 relics to 1. Oh, is it a trade cart? Oh, come on, Hera, where's the market? Our assassins are concealed in this trade cart. Oh, guys, do you think Hart's Shah is going to stand a chance? I don't care what else is going on in the game. We're looking at to see if the trade cart comes out. Oh, it's almost there. Almost. Beautiful. Beautiful. Perfect Age of Empires gameplay. Alright, still, guys, Hera's castle count is extremely low at only 1, and that's obviously not good for latest production. Hera banking up a lot of resources. Is he gonna go Paladins? I mean, Hera's not really the guy to mine a ton of stone and drop castles all over the place. And you can see right here, Hera just hasn't collected a ton of stone. Anyway, here we go. HCA coming in, Thumb Ring, Iron Casting all together. This is huge. And right now, Hera just doesn't have an army, man. I mean, I guess you're kind of running on a light cav, so you don't want to fight underneath the TCs, especially with hill forts. As Hera's doing such a good job of keeping his eco safe. He did the exact same thing in the last one. Yeah, what if we looked at the live feed and all we saw was actual gameplay and not whether or not this trade cart is going to get value? I mean, come on, man. All right, Winged Hussar is coming in. How much gold is left? So 17,000 gold left, so still a pretty good amount. Oh, he's going for it. You know he's going for it. Anyway, a couple late chai over here. Gonna deny that castle for now, which is always nice. But the thing is, Hera's eco is still so safe. Like, there is just no way, it seems, for Hart to get into the economy of Hera, even when he has a big army lead. Well, Hera's banking resources because he's at 200 population. Compared to a normal Hussar, the Lithuanian ones, it's basically you get 5 more HP and 1 more melee armor than a regular Hussar. Some Hart because they're AM players, and AM players hate infantry and they hate siege. No, in all seriousness, it's because neither player's really been focusing on the stone income. And without the siege, Hart is really just being unable to push down Hera's buildings. Yes, it is a straight-up upgrade of regular Hussars for Lithuanians. Not a massive one, but still an upgrade nevertheless. Well, I mean, they do, but you don't have Blast Furnace, so compared to, like, the Hussars, which are fully upgraded, it's the same attack. Also, you do get, I think, 2 more extra bonus damage versus monks. Yeah, you do. Not that that really matters. Another castle coming in here on the low ground. Again, Hera's defense has just been so freaking good. Now, the army value is still a lot higher here for Hart, as Hera's just not making any gold units. Good old Macedonian for both players. Architecture for Hera. Yes, Lithuanians do have the full 7,028 HP castles. But with some middle control of this gold, Hart still should, in theory, be better set up in the long run, especially because Hera just isn't making a good army. I mean, like, it's not bad, but it's just trash units. This still should be very good for Hart. Oh, Hera did lose the trade cart. Very sad. Anyway, Tower Shields is in, of course. That is super huge for the skirmishers against the CA. Only take 1 damage from them, like I said. And yeah, this is good for Hart. Hera spent all of his gold on upgrades for his trash units. He hasn't really been prioritizing gold income in general. Anyway, lots of CA here to be able to get value. CA are staying alive. It's exactly what you want. You do want a few more farmers right now as Hart. It's going to be, I think, a very good idea for him to get the eco a bit more efficient. But overall, Hart is playing this well. I think it's... Like, Hera is... Like, playing defensively as Hera is one thing, so long as you're developing towards a better late-game army, which is exactly what he did in the last game. Also, his eco was a lot better in the last game relative to his opponent, because he had much more of a Castle Age timing advantage. This just doesn't feel as convincing. Hoarding's coming in too, though. Still, much better fight there for Hera. Garrison the CA. No, Huns don't get herbal medicine. It's very sad. Yeah, Hart himself has conscription. And, I mean, Hera shouldn't be able to just fight underneath a castle like this. Although he already has 83 farmers, which is wild. Just Hera things. But yeah, Hart doing a good job of keeping most of his trebuchets alive. Still has 34 cav archers. That's still pretty good. But yeah, obviously, this fight is going to be way better for the Huns player because the Cav Archers are a very significantly better backline unit than Skirmishers are. Normal, isn't it 6 times now? It used to be 4 times, now I think they buffed it up to 6 times. It actually would be nice for your blob of cav archers to have herbal medicine to heal up in the castle, but no, not for Huns. Still, things are looking relatively good here for Hart. He's raiding on the side, as he should. Hera's getting a castle in a very good position right there, again, as he should. Both players are doing quite well. Only hard drugs, yeah. But yeah, army value a lot better here for Hart, and I find Hera's entire approach of let's just not make any gold units to be very unimpressive. Again, the whole Hera defensive playstyle thing works a lot better in the last game when you're super far ahead in eco and you're developing a better late game army, and that's just not been the case in either of those important factors in this one. Well, I kind of would like if Hart was trying to abuse the hill more, but I think he's just trying to get back to his reinforcements. Hart is out of gold for now, but he does have access to the resource. He just needs to send bills to it. He also has that gold over there. Castle going to go down as well for Hera. And again, although the winged hussars are better than the regular hussars, they're only slightly better. So the real difference is just the cav archers being a significantly better supporting unit than skirmishers are. But seriously, Hera has not upgraded a single gold unit at all past Castle Age. I'm really confused. I'd be interested to know his thought process here. But it clearly does not look like it's working. This gold income, if this is secured by Hart and not for Hera, and Hart can just keep on producing his gold units, that would be wild. And if you secure this gold, especially with a castle, which is possible, could you then start thinking about making a switch into paladins as well and just go for the ultimate army composition? A stand ground patrol? It doesn't look like it. Nothing looks like units overpoweredly stacking on top of each other. Yeah, I wouldn't switch to Paladin unless you had both of these gold secured right here, personally. Hera, of course, can do everything he can to snipe the trebuchets. But again, Hera's banking up gold and not spending it. Does he at least have guilds? He doesn't even have guilds, man! I mean, good job here. You are keeping the castle alive longer. Now, I mean, Hart is playing well. We need to give Hart a lot of credit. In any late game situation versus Hera, outplaying him is something that should be applauded. I have no idea what Hera's doing. It just does not look like a winning strategy. Were Lewis and Nilly as similarly confused as I am / was? This just doesn't feel like winning AoE 2. Like, you're not playing winning AoE 2. Atheism? So that one relic generates less gold income? The no gold thing? I mean, obviously I'm biased, but I stand by that analysis that it's the lack of gold unit that is really killing Hera right now. It's just like he immediately went into the trash war phase of the game, skipping the part of Imperial Age where you make gold units. Yeah, Hart decides to stand and take the fight there against the winged hussars. Yes, his own hussars die in the process, but again, it's the CA. They're the unit that have value. Hart being very methodical, making sure that he's harassing this area, pushing on two sides at once, and I mean, again, Hart played late game Huns. He played it very well. I'm still extremely confused by what Hera did. I mean, granted, like, people know how to play Hun late game. Like, everyone knows how to play Hun late game, and in this sort of situation, I think that he really played it perfectly. Like, me looking at the game, and I think having a good head for AoE 2 on my shoulders, would have wanted the ideal Hun play to look something like this. Try and keep Hera off resources with Hussar raids and some Trebs as best you can, and then just keep taking fights with your Cav archers to whittle down his Hussar numbers. Like, that was perfect. I just don't see how Hera was ever going to win this game, though. Not unless he had a huge resource lead, which he did not. He spent it on? I mean, he spent a lot of it at the market and just immediately upgraded his trash units. In late feudal, early imp? Yeah, but Hera had access to gold. He had the resources he needed to make a gold unit switch, but he just chose not to. Remember, Winged Hussar itself is 800 gold. And Hera, like, immediately had, instead of, like, 50 vils on food and 20 on gold, or 50 vils on food and 40 on gold, Hera had 78 vils on food and, like, 10 on gold. And he wasn't prioritizing stone for a castle. And all of that is, yeah, that's not a winning formula. Still, again, I don't want to take that away from Hart. Hart still made the play to win this game. Most players still lose against Hera in that position. That was interesting, though. It's one of those games that there's a lot to talk about. It's a really teachable game, which I'm a big fan of, because I like teaching people AoE 2, and I like learning about it. Alrighty, we're here on Picare. We had a very good game in the second set. Yo versus Nikov. Yeah, that... Either the first game of the day, Viper versus Andy, or Yo versus Nikov on this map were probably my favorite games of the day. In that game state? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely Hera throwing it. It wasn't just Hera with suboptimal decision-making and, you know, nigh perfect play from Hart. Oh, whoops. Yeah, speeding up through Dark Age. No idea what this map is a spin-off of, but I really like the last game we saw on it, so hopefully this is going to be good as well. Remember, guys, you only have 1 gold, and it's forward every time. And all the extra gold is in the middle. The extra stone is on the outside, but even so, there is a little bit more stone and a lot less gold than a typical map. This map actually kind of reminds me of Rocky Forest, except the shallows replace the forest, and the forest is all on the outside. Yeah, this is like, so long as the map isn't dominated by water play, I think that this is a good map. Alright, again, just speeding through Dark Age. Enclosed? A little bit. But Enclosed is a very sort of sprawly map because you're expanding away from each other, and the wood's in the middle. This is, like, more closed off and much more leaning towards aggression. Anyway, way for Hera. We saw that from Nikov. I mean, Nikov almost won with it, but then Yo decided to be Yo with Aztecs as Yo with Aztecs.exe. And, well, to be fair, we've seen exactly 1 game on the map. Alright, Horse Collar coming in as well for Hart, so both players are getting their eco upgrades. Interesting range position for Hera in the back. Huh? Anyway, way significantly better eco than Koreans. Koreans are going to be heavily lacking in mobility. I think that, honestly, you might need to rely on galleons in late game to just lock down parts of the map. Is a secret? Oh, I guess he did. But, like, you're hiding the fact that you're going one-range defensive skirmishers? Rock Slide? Oh, that one. I don't think the map is kind of like Rock Slide. Oh, he's one tile off! No! Despite being 30... I mean, like I was saying when I was casting the game earlier, multi-large Brigge, it really came down to the fact that Yo had the gold control, and that although Nikov was like a gajillion resources ahead, it was like all in wood, which just doesn't matter most of the time. Also, it was like all about the army compositions and Yo being able to spread out his Eagle Warriors, and like it was just a fantastic game all around. Nikov has looked, in my opinion, by far the best of the players that have lost so far. So out of Nikov and Vivv and Andy, I think Nikov has looked the best by a pretty decent margin, honestly. Mono Eagle? Only in post-in. It was more about how you got to the Eagle Warriors with the monks and siege and using that to sort of keep the numbers of the Xianbei Raiders low so that you could actually make that Eagle Warrior switch more effectively. I mean, late game it was all about just army movement and positioning for Yo, but it was also really tricky with how he used like the forward castle and the monks to just get into that position to spam the Eagles in the first place. Yes, the Yoa Constrictor. Anyway, peak Age of Empires is happening with Skirm v Skirm. Scout goes down. I mean, nothing too much to write home about. Hera is going to be getting ahead in resources with the power of the Way. And it's all looking fine and dandy. I'm sorry, guys. Even in the more professional style cast, sometimes you just have to unleash the chicken sound. You just gotta do what you gotta do. Anyway, Hera up to Castle Age faster, and this is gonna be looking much, much more like game number 1. But instead of Hera's ability to pressure his opponent's eco making the big difference in terms of Castle Age timing, it's just the Civ matchup, I guess. Way having a very good eco, and Koreans not really having any eco bonus. Another lumber camp coming in here from Hart. I mean, some scouts and skirmers are the only things that have died so far. Maybe a spearman. Now, if you're Hera, do you want to go for Xianbei Raiders here? Because it feels like Koreans are a civ that would rather play against the Xianbei Raiders than against Haeguang Cav. Just because you have such strong anti-archer options as Koreans. Like, get shot? Yeah, very sad. Alright, stables coming in for Hera. Again, he's not really showing his hand. He's not adding 2 stables, or he's not adding in another archery range. Like, hashtag that's so Hera. In late game, they're fine playing against Haeguang. In mid game, I feel like it's less great. But yeah, I mean, right now, Hera's a minute faster to Castle Age and is going to immediately add an extra TC. We'll have to see if he wants to add in even more. Maybe a TC forward here on the gold to help protect it. Because remember, this is literally your only gold access that is not in the middle of Picare here. Well, he's going to start with a couple of houses. Tegi. No market for Hera, remember, so the not perfect eco balance is kind of hurting him a bit. But Bosaw is going to be in. Siege Workshop immediately on the way here for Hart. That does get denied for now. Ooh, I mean, this is going to be very good for Hera, though. Siege Workshop and Monastery defensively as if Hera's going for some heavy pressure, but this isn't the case. Hera's just able to do this with his faster castle age time. Hera's investing literally almost nothing into the pressure. Ooh. Yeah, this is already a big win. I mean, one of these buildings probably just needed to be a TC. Again, like, that is entirely the Civ matchup. That is just the fact that Wei are way better economically than are the Koreans. Yeah, extra TC, but it's coming in a lot slower. Hera's just going to really start to climb ahead in terms of resources, especially if he adds in even a third TC. He is going to play it a bit safer and add in a monastery. Rocket Cart and Monk are both on the way. Wheelbarrow coming in for Hera. He already has Bowsaw as well. Bit of an odd game so far, for sure. I mean, the skirm upgrades are significantly better right now for Hart. Hera only with Elite Skirmisher and +1 attack. Haeguang themselves do have +1 defense, though. Gotta be careful, though. I mean, Hera's defenses are really not very impressive at the moment, and he never added that TC. Ah, he's adding one on the side as well, but that also doesn't secure any gold income. Do I love this for Hera? Not really. Like, what if Hart just sets himself up forward here? It's also idling parts of Hera's eco, significant parts of it. It's idled all the gold miners and some of the farmers, and now I guess you're just going to start mining a ton of stone. Yeah, see how well that worked out for him in the last game. Oh my goodness. Of course, Hera gets the kill on the monk there. Third TC coming from... This is where I expected Hera to build his TC. Something like what Hart's doing. When he had the chance. Obviously, he can't do it right now. Hera only just now with the Siege Workshop. And again, I find Hera's play here very confusing. Now, unless he can just run in and get the snipe... What? He got both monks before a conversion? What is this blasphemy? Oh my god. If that's anything less than a perfect engagement for Hera, he might just die right there. What the heck, man? Hera lost nothing. And Hart lost 2 monks and 2 rocket carts. Like, that is legit one of probably the most frustrating things that could happen there for Hart. Because that should have been a good engagement for Hart. Yeah, and the fact that there were no conversions there either, like, that is nonsense. And now he's going to have a... Actually, he doesn't even have a Mangonel out yet. Let's see if this will be a conversion. Eco upgrades are also identical, by the way. Hera with enough stone for a castle, but like, where does he place one that's going to be anything close to safe? As Hera's just setting another TC on the side, but this could end up a lot like Nikov, where you can only collect wood, basically. But yeah, the fact that the Siege Workshop is at home is actually a huge boon as well for Hera. Okay. If Hera gets a 1-for-0 trade here, I would be very salty. And he... What the heck? Like, strategically, Hera's losing this game decisively, but he's just taking perfect fights. Like, this is straight up triggering, guys. Like, straight up. And he doesn't get a conversion. Legit. Oh my god. Now the castle can come in at the front, and this could be even close to GG. Yeah, Hera, like, comically far ahead in resources destroyed. I mean, but it's also better controlled, too, right? It's the fact that Hera having perfect micro and lucky. Some hidden... No, they don't. More ranges coming in. Yeah, I mean, this is Hera 2,000 resources ahead. It's going to be a lot of wood. Yeah, it's 2,000 of its wood. Hera barely has any gold income. He should be able to take as good fights as he did. Koreans do have Sanctity, at least available to be researched. Never let him down. It really feels like it, man. Hera also going to start picking up relics. That said, Hart is almost up to Imp. There we go. Well, that and the fact that both these buildings were at home. Because Hart literally could have just pushed out with his own skirmishers and then built both of those buildings forward. Which isn't ideal, but it's still like... Again, if Hera takes anything less than literally a perfect fight, Hart wins this game and he wins it easily. Sanctity? Oh, I mean, I don't think the calculus changes at all without Sanctity. You still just go in for the snipes with your Haegwang no matter what. Anyway, 2 relics coming in. Hera adding in a 5th TC even. Yes, Hart is up much sooner, as Hera's been, again, not really gathering much gold at all. Look at literally almost triple the gold collected here for our red player. Ballistics is now in for red. Hera does click up, but he's going to be 2 minutes slower, but with a very, very significantly better economy. Oh, looks like the Haegwang came in and then just got deleted. Anyway, got some Fire Lancers on the way for Hart. I sure hope he knows that Gambeson's affects the Fire Lancers, because that is a very important tidbit. Hera going to make some demo rafts that can do a great job at just slowing down Hart. Little curious as to why no more rocket carts. This feels like an excellent opportunity for some rocket carts. Oh, Trebuchet on the way. Demos will do a lot to slow things down here. Hart adds in his own 4th TC. Again, his eco is not good compared to Hera's, but it's not a bad eco. And there is certainly a difference there. Racer just now coming in. Hera a minute off from the Imperial Age. Not going to be able to take that fight yet. Hera going to start his Tiger Cav production, but he only has 1 castle right now, which is obviously not exactly conducive to that. And if Hera doesn't secure more gold income here, I mean, he's going to have plenty to last him in the short run because he wasn't mining his forward gold until much later. And of course, you can use the market as well to help serve as a bit of a stopgap. Yeah, good army positioning there from Hart. I mean, Hera's got tons of resources, but he doesn't really have anything good to spend it on. Tower's now going to be coming in. That's going to be really nice, actually, at sniping demo ships, potentially. Okay, yeah, Hera's going to need to build a castle somewhere else. Again, I love the demos because they just buy you so much time. You just can't push across with the demo potential. That is Hera. Okay, that was just not great. Oh, Lochuans. Okay, yeah, those also make plenty of sense. Yeah. And they are cheaper for the way, for what that's worth. DC does go down, and again, Hera's just going to need to rely on the market to get gold for the most part. But I don't see anything that counters Lochuan's right now. One trip goes down there. Now the Tiger Cav are going to start powering up, and Hera's probably fine. Fire Lancers are not elite. They also don't have Gambesons. Yeah. Hera just keeps on taking perfect fights. Hera now going for Galleon. And the ships should just trade better than the land units. The only negative for Hera right now is potentially not having long-term gold income. He does have 3 relics, which is so huge, and he's even gathering that gold as well, so he's totally fine. With the castle there to the south. Again, Hera has 10,000 more resources to play with. LingYuan armor also going to be a very big one, of course. There's Elite Fire Lancer. Plate mail armor coming in, and no Gambesons, because, again, I feel like nobody remembers that fact. Turtles? I mean, turtles are going to be very efficient versus Lochuans. And they're cheaper. But it doesn't matter when Hera has so many more resources in the first place. That's the real issue. Also, all those cheap weak units are just causing the Tiger Cav to power up. And it's just a ton of gold as well, right, that you're losing. There's LingYuan armor in. Yeah, Hera's way too far ahead here. It is still a little frustrating, though. I'm not going to lie. Because it feels like if Hera wasn't lucky, and also if the execution between the two players in terms of micro was more even, then Hera loses this game and loses it really, really bad. But obviously that's just not what happened at all. And only talk about the game that happened, not the game that should have happened. Yeah, Lochuan's doing Lochuan things. For the lulz? I mean, gold is the one thing Hera doesn't have a ton of, so getting Cao Cao would actually be more of a throw than a winning play, but it really doesn't matter, I think. Yeah, he's literally just not getting work. Why isn't he going turtles, man? Ornlu, turtles are so expensive. Yeah. All right, Hera. Again, if it wasn't literally perfect engagements from Hera, this game looks completely different. Is right for once? Yeah, I know. Oh, we lost a bunch of viewers. Thought people would want to watch a Hera set. All right, so let's see. Game 4 is going to be on Rocky Forest. Turtles fit into the new water meta? Turtles still kill everything. In mass. Enable video? That's fair. I'm pretty boring. Oh, he did? Is he covering it? Anyway, here we are, guys. Game number 4. Hera 1 win away from, well, winning. He'll be in the blue as the Khitans to the west, and to the east in the red as the Mayans. It will be Hart. TTL bronze? Oh. I figured most people would be much more interested in LingYuan Cup than TTL bronze. Nothing against TTL bronze, but people are going to want to watch the best players, right? Kawasan only tournament? Depends how much money I'm getting to do it. GTL2, Quit playing AoE2? Well, she's got other things she can do in life. Caster? I think it's a lot more than half. I think it's very significantly more than half. Maybe 80 to 90%. Important viewers? Let's not go overboard. Very early mining camp. Very early mining camp here from Hart, so it looks like a very fast archer build. Oh, man. Egomaniacs. Also, guys, I forgot to zoom through Dark Age, but I will take the opportunity that I've been talking a lot to a really cute girl I met on Hinge, and we're going to spend, not this coming weekend, but the weekend after in Chicago together, and we're both really looking forward to it, and it's so wonderful, man. She just told me to remember to stay hydrated and get up at regular intervals. Alright, we are now here in Feudal Age. Betting on literally never met this person in person. I don't know about that. Alright. So archery range first for Hera. I mean, it's not like Ketons can't just go range first. You do have faster producing skirmishers and anything to get your pastures down fast, but I mean, you'd think that you just open scouts. You're being ghosted? Exactly. It's always skirms. It's like the, you know, the meme with the astronaut shooting the other astronaut. It's all skirms. Always has been. Alright, archers and eagles are going to be the units of choice, however, here for Hart. Makes sense considering he went for such an early mining camp. So the theory is, of course, that the eagles can help deal with the skirmishers, and then the archers kill villagers. Oh yeah, it is spooky season coming up. Astronaut meme come from? I have no idea. Well, as things stand, nothing too wild happening. Oh no. My first date? That sounds like a very, very not appropriate thing to do. Alright, I mean, again, nothing crazy happening. Some pastures coming in. Hart is ahead in eco right now. Of course, Mayan's going to be very good at eco early on. Ketons is going to be more of an over time eco boost thing. Ketons at launch, remember, when they had the better working shepherds on top of pastures, were also very good in early game. Oh no. A walking AoE2 tech tree. Man, I really do need to always go to Twitch chat for my dating advice. Alright, market coming in now for Hart. Appropriate, yes, appropriate. God. Alright, Hera going over to gold right now. Banking up plenty of food. You know what, guys? We've already been live for 5.5 hours. We don't need to wait around for this. Yes, ladies, I do like to cook. An archaeologist? No, I need carbon dating advice, guys. Alright, so skirms are over here now. Both players very close to clicking up to Castle Age. Hera did invest in the defensive watchtower. Hart able to go a little bit greedier and sell the stone at the market. But as it stands, I, again, don't foresee anything too drastic happening. Once had. I still have a YouTube video with more than 100,000 views. Other ladies, I know. Well, no horse collar in yet for Hart. Maybe he'll be picking that up right now. A couple of houses coming in. Still not really committing to any one particular unit line. Same with Hera. For being an aggressive map, this year has been a whole lot of nothing happening. Come on. Horse collar. It's like cat calling, but with more nerd. Now, Hart will have a very small timing advantage here. Camel collar. Citizen content? Oh my goodness. Alright, Siege Workshop going to be forward. One of the issues in the last game for Hart is that the Siege Workshop was all the way at home, so it took a long time for the rocket carts to get there. Live stream the date? Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Well, Asher is sniped, but Elite Skirmisher in here for Hera. He has Bodkin as well, +2 defense also being rushed up, but that's a lot of investment for something that does still die to a Mangonel. If you greet her with a camel. Well, we've already talked, though. Doesn't show. Oh no. Anyway, 1 TC still for each player, and even only 1 range for Hart. Actually would kind of thought that he'd be on at least 2 ranges right now. Hera just making some step lancers. He's getting his own defensive siege workshop in. Yes. I'm certainly not afraid to make the animal noises, but I'm not sure I should use that as an intro. High risk, high reward. Alright, husbandry coming in, rocket card on the way. Hera's doing just fine defending right now. Is already pulling ahead in resources. Of course, Mayan's very good early game eco, but as the game goes on, Ketons are really going to start to take off. Oh, Hera's going to try and loop around here for a counterattack, and I actually don't think there's anything for Hart to deal with this. Oh, nice move here from Hera. Oh, and Hera gets the 1-for-0 as well. Oh, probably because Hart was busy trying to figure out something to deal with these Step Lancers, and he is going to come up empty on both counts. Oh my goodness. I mean, a couple of skirms go down. Oh, okay, that was a little bit weird. But Step Lancers are in, and they're going to be getting a lot of value. And unless you can get a 1-for-0 Mangonel trade as Hart, I think this is going to be looking extremely good for Hera, whose eco is just completely safe. Going to try and rush up another TC. Now, only 2 Vills died, But yeah, Steppy's just going around again. Again, this feels very odd as a play when you don't have ballistics and you're only on one archery range. Well, second TC is going to be in. Look at this! He's got 6 crossbowmen queued up at 1 archery range. You need more production buildings, man. And so far, Hera's eco has not been disrupted whatsoever. And because he has the more mobile army, just run around his opponent constantly.
Shot it.
Just shut it. Shut it. Well, that also doesn't win you any points here as Hart. Now, Hera has run out of stuff that kills mangonels. Yeah, just a bit of a sloppier game all around. I know I said the S word, but still. I mean, this is already looking pretty over. Hera getting ahead here in resources destroyed. He's already well ahead in terms of resources collected. And yeah, this is it. So, Hera still going to end up with a 3-1. Hart should have won the last game, but the game number 1 and game number 4, I guess, Hera was very dominant in. And very well done for him. Certainly still very much looking like the best player in the world, other than that last game. And the one he lost. Those were both very weird. But he started and ended strong, so that's all that matters. All right, guys, the last series of the day is going to be Liry versus Sebastian. And then we'll check out the matchups tomorrow before I end the stream. But so far, every player that's been favored to win their set has won their set and won their set decisively. So we'll have to see if Liry can continue the trend. That does mean I need to go get the Rex. I'm also probably going to start the game and then go grab some lunch because I've been live for almost 6 hours and could use another bite to eat. There a set? Well, there is no actual LAN in AoE 2. It starts, well, lucky you, it starts at midnight for me. Alrighty. Looks like Lookout will be game number 1. So, yeah, it's a bit weird, but it is what it is. By the way, is there anything you guys want me to do different when it comes to covering the event? I mean, I could go through the drafts and I could, you know, show the translated interviews and stuff, but I feel like that doesn't really add much, especially when it's not live. Anyway, enjoy following Liry Scout. I'm gonna go get some food. Alrighty. I apologize. Way, Liry has a gajillion kills already. Oh no. Oh no. What happened? Oh dear. Sebastian looks wrecked. Each set? Yeah, maybe before each set I can do that. By the way, guys, I am not gonna. I'm gonna continue to not beat the faux German allegations, as my lunch consists of a liverwurst sandwich with a brown mustard that has some sort of Polish-sounding name on it with sourdough bread. No, I'm not gonna go back on it. You guys have already seen it. The mill? I guess he deleted them. Oh, yeah. Yep. So the men-at-arms just got in on the forage bushes. Yep. Ah, rip. Yeah, Hera tried to do something similar with the Goths. We just call it liverwurst in English. It's literally just a half translation. But I'm also having tortilla chips and salsa with it, so go figure. Welcome to America and Chicago. Steak? A wooden steak? Rent a camel? That doesn't sound like a very Chicago activity. Anyway, this game is probably still super over. Has camels? Well, camels I'm sure would thrive in Arizona, and New Mexico, and Southern California, and West Texas. And sorry I'm not talking much, but, you know, 6 hours in, I kind of need some lunch. Australia? They do indeed. I think Australia is the biggest exporter of camels. Importing camels? I know they do in Arabia. For camel meat and camel racing. Second TC for Liry. Honestly, I don't think any of this should really matter all that much. Liry is just absurdly far ahead. Hit the hump. Pointless? No, you use them for stuff. Well, there's Elite Skirmisher. Faster movement speed on the mangonels is really nice for Shu here. Well, that seemed like a horrendously one-sided game number one. Well, the good news for Liry fans is that, yeah, it doesn't matter how active Liry is. He's just going to come into a big tournament like this and start lighting things up. Are we going to have our first Khmer sighting? Yes, we are. Actually saw it. I was busy making some lunch. All right. We're on Khmer. We'll have Malay here for Liry in the green to the southwest, and to the northeast in the blue as the Armenians. It will be Sebastian. But I said so. Having liverwurst on sourdough, tortilla chips and salsa, and an apple. Flying from us, that's true. That's true. Could have hurt ourselves. We'll go heavier on dinner. Dinner's usually my biggest meal of the day. I usually just have my oatmeal bowl for breakfast, some nibblings for lunch, and then dinner's the big meal. This is actually a much larger lunch than I normally have. Do you cook it? No, you eat it cold. Made a liver? Exactly. Land shape, something like that. Oh, what? Get back to normal time. Alright, Sebastian's gonna be going with his own Men-at-Arms rush. Liry not investing into that upgrade. Sebastian's actually taking gold with his fishing ships right now. And a spread. It's a sausage that you also can spread. Is the, at least a German-American version. Or Polish-American version. It all kind of blends together here in the Midwest. Anyway, hold on. Sebastian getting some good value here. Yeah, it's not quite a pate, but it's almost a pate. Oh. Yep, it is. Alright. Alright, the sandwich and chips and salsa have been consumed. And more of an yeah. The only pate I accept is with Liry. Alright, so fire ships are fire shipping, but this game it is completely reversed. Liry has failed to get any significant damage done, and it's Sebastian who's out there breaking necks. I don't know, guys. This feels like the exact opposite of game number 1. Fire ships are being chased down. The fire ships here for Sebastian have more HP. And yeah, this is very one-sided looking so far. I really like the decision. If you're investing early in water, like look at this, the position of the dock with the oysters. It means it's just one less area you need to defend on the land, which really seems to be going quite well. Yep. And hello there, big nuts. Oh, jeez. I wonder how different chorizo is in Europe than in America. Because our chorizo is more on the spreadable side as well. But it's kind of, not necessarily that, but it's pretty commonly that. But this, our chorizo is mostly influenced with the chorizo from Puerto Rico and Mexico, right, as opposed to Spain. Anyway, guys, I mean, like, this is just as decisive as the last game, but in the opposite direction. Ooh, nice landing here with the archers, though. Ooh, that was really, really well done from Liry. Walls are being rushed up here, but Liry does have a significant army lead now. And Liry, of course, just jumping around to the other side. These villagers are in a lot of trouble as I've now completed my lunch entirely. Apa Shasya Baniga. Oh, but the transport ship went down, and those men-at-arms are going to get torched by Sebastian. And the skirmishers are coming out. They have no upgrades, whereas these archers do have fletching. Sebastian's going to click up to Castle Age in a moment. This just doesn't feel like enough in terms of skirmishers, especially not without any blacksmith upgrades. Like, if they had +1/+1, then yeah, you can wall them out with skirmishers, but this does not feel like enough, especially with Liry micro. I mean, Sebastian has amazing micro, but can you be readily expected to out-micro Liry like this with significantly worse units? No player can do that. Nice snipe there from Liry. Does get a couple of extras. And Sebastian's still not enough food to get his own... he doesn't even have a blacksmith. How did I enjoy? It was fine. I like the style of regular AoE campaigns more than the Chronicles style. But, like, it was fine. It was a fun challenge, for sure. Only a few missions were, like, really annoying. Like, the Alexandria one was really annoying. The last scenario was really annoying. The no escape scenario was annoying because your ally was so useless. Anyway, Sebastian's still in a great spot. But, like, most of the other scenarios were pretty good. Everybody there gets cleaned up. Liry is going to look to click to Castle Age, and Asmodee, he will get there quickly. But this is already looking kind of grim for Liry. War Galley immediately on the way for Sebastian. Going to be coming forward here, likely immediately with a fortified church, and then maybe afterwards siege workshop. Anyway, Liry just clicks up now. Dock is under heavy threat. Stone is being mined for a castle, but the fortified church will say no to that. Or Rex? Rex. And Liry immediately taps out. Two very one-sided games, just one-sided in each direction. Well done, Sebastian. All right, looks like Not Nomad is the next map. Oh, really? Let's see here. So, rush distance pretty close here on Not Nomad. We're going to be the Green Koreans to the south. Everything is all tied up at 1-1. And Sebastian in the blue as the Italians to the northeast. Gold and stone both nearby for Sebastian. Liry's got gold at the back. Stone is kind of off to the side. Also got another one over there. It's a reasonable map. The rush distance is fairly close. Dock spawn also pretty close, so both players are going to need to keep that in mind. And in this particular matchup, it really feels like Italians are going to be the more aggressive civ, and Koreans going to be the more Castle Age-oriented civ. That's kind of interesting, like, with Italians and Japanese, because Italians can... If you're against a civ like Persians or Malians, Italians are probably going to be the more Castle Age defensive-oriented civ. But if you're against a civ like Koreans or Spanish or Portuguese, then Italians are suddenly the more aggressive civ. Yeah, the legendary difficulty is only for Chronicles and Three Kingdoms. But the Three Kingdoms legendary is kind of a joke. Anyway, early boar there for Sebastian. Same for Liry. Liry's got another boar hanging out over there. He's got another one he can take over there. For Sebastian, he's got a boar there at the back. Sebastian really... Maybe he sees this one? Oh, you can see where it is in the fog of war. No, cow! Go in the other direction! Rip. So Liry might be able to snag one more boar than his opponent. And as far as like which civ I prefer, I mean they're both good. I don't really think that there's a major advantage. I will say though that for a civ like the power level might even be higher for Koreans than Italians in general. I mean the extra Vill line of sight isn't as good on not Nomad as in regular Nomad, but it's still a very nice thing to have, especially when you don't have a scout cavalry. But I just love the flexibility of Italians. Japanese as well are another civ that are similarly flexible. Malay to an extent as well. So, in all likelihood here, Sebastian is going to be able to either go aggressive, probably going to be more on the aggressive side. Yeah, especially since he sees his opponent's dock is close. Whereas, on the other side, Liry probably either going to want to play for defensive galleys. And play more towards Castle Age.
Yeah?
Should have more rice dishes. I mean, there are certainly some rice dishes in Italy. Obviously, risotto is the most famous of them. But I don't think they're going to have more rice dishes than the Koreans do. Just like I don't think the Koreans are going to have as many bread dishes as the Italians do. Yes, there are tons of different ways you can go make risotto. Yeah, this is what I was saying, guys. Sebastian up faster, docks forward. He is looking to make something happen. Meanwhile, it's going to be down to Liry to see, okay, maybe... Actually, what the heck is Liry doing? He's not fast castling. Okay, there's dock number 2 for him, but there is very much going to be a timing advantage for Sebastian. I love the galleys. You know you're up faster. Just freaking go for it, man. Their own name? Well, I mean, it's like varieties of the same thing. I mean, you can have a bajillion different varieties of risotto, and you can also have a bajillion different varieties of bibimbap or ogumbap, which is fried rice. Third dock coming in here from Liry. He's going to try and go for his own galleys, but the timing advantage is with Mr. Sebastian. Mid-axe is in for both players. Liry almost with his own galleys out, though. Giant piece of garlic bread? That would be very weird. Although kimchi usually has garlic in it anyway. Anyway, full fishing ships already getting sniped, and you can just see Sebastian making a beeline for those. Maybe the reinforcing galleys could make something happen. And note that it is actually pure galley on each side. Now, this is interesting because if you're not switching into fire galleys as either player, then maybe it's actually a disadvantage for Sebastian to focus down the fishing ships like that because you just need to have the bigger galley blob than your opponent. And Liry's getting 2 kills there, so like, what's better, killing 2 fishing ships or killing 2 galleys? In this particular context, probably killing 2 galleys. Garlic in it? That's true. I probably use garlic in almost everything I make. In all the dishes I make. Can't think of a single one that doesn't have garlic in it. It's just universal.
준비.
Or Liry hit feudal? If you look at the numbers, it's like that to some extent, but it's also resources that Liry has gathered, so he's more able to consistently produce from 3 docks than you are with 3 docks as well. Although Sebastian is doing a very good job of that, and obviously big fight happening here. It's fletching v no fletching, though, in favor of Liry. Nice micro from Sebastian. He is +2 in the kills. Yeah, it seems like they are having lag issues indeed. Oh, nice kill there. Fletching is now coming in here for Sebastian. He is 2 bills ahead. Again, I see nothing that indicates either player doing anything other than galleys right now. Liry can try to start camping the production, though. It's going to be a matter of if Sebastian chooses to go for a decisive engagement, Liry's going to have a hard time backing off from it. The LAN is literally a lie. There is no such thing as LAN in AoE 2. DE. And cold stuff? Well, you say garlic and cold stuff. Risotto, or not risotto, I guess guacamole is something that I put put garlic in, and I also will put garlic in a salad dressing. And those you eat cold, or at least room temperature. Anyway, I mean, the numbers are still very similar. Sebastian is still just a couple bills ahead. I just think his build is a little bit better. But remember also that Liry is saving resources on every single galley he makes. In fact, he is saving 18 wood, specifically. So 72 wood for Korean galleys. Still, that dock is actually getting pretty low, guys. And losing the production is something you do not want right now. Still, Sebastian has the closer reinforcements in general. Homeopathic doses. Yeah, I like an AoE as well, of course. Oh, Liry taking a bit of a better fight now. Oh, yeah, well, that's just a better fight for Liry. Now +2, he has the ship's advantage. Still just dancing around, though. Liry wins this easily, I think. Yeah, Liry wins it, and it's not, I think, going to be very close. Oh, another kill there for Liry. I mean, every single time he's firing, it's like it's doing some damage. Yeah, this might be it. Very cornered. Or Liry cornering his opponent. Fishing ships all go down. Yeah, Liry clicks up to Castle Age 2 behind all of that. I mean, Sebastian hung in with Liry's micro for a long time, but eventually Liry just won. And Liry also seemed to have better micro at home. Or macro at home. Microing his macro at home. Doc goes down right there. And of course, Liry is almost certainly going to go into turtle ships. Am I right, chat? But yeah, you can see that the difference in KD is the exact same as the difference in military right now. That really tells a lot. It's just both players doing the exact same thing, but Liry just doing it better. And of course, towards the end, the fights really snowball. Double range coming in. This is a little curious. Now, Liry doesn't have anything at home, like, to defend on land. He's just been focused entirely on the galley rush. He's now adding in more fishing ships. He's already added in 3. No Kobukson at the moment. Rip the bill. Now, is there a world, guys, where Liry is under-preparing for any sort of land pressure? Yes. There is. Oh, nice move there. Oh, I thought he'd be going Cav Archers. But Liry just gonna add in a TC immediately. What is Sebastian doing, guys? Bodkin. Something that needs to be going forward. Liry with an immediate defensive siege workshop. He's also going for a guard tower. Yeah, Liry's not messing around. Oh, thanks, big nuts. I appreciate it. War galley is coming in, so you don't want to give up on water completely. That is almost always a losing play. But you also need to find a way to get pressure done on the land, and I think that Liry is reacting perfectly. He is neither over or under reacting. Big Nuts, obviously Big Nut 16 does. All the time, exactly. Come on, I grew up in part on Xbox Live. These names are nothing. Gillnut's coming in nice and quick for Liry as well. Alright, TC is starting to get eaten. And again, there is a world in which Sebastian just has better Mangonel micro and just wins that way. That said, it's far from a guarantee, especially against Liry. War Galley did come in, by the way, so you can still pressure your opponent in that way. And a nice move here with the crossbow coming around from the side. Oh, never mind, guys. Guard tower. This is the level of jokes that I prefer on my stream. Oh, man. Jeez, Liry crushing it. Okay, that's a 1 for 0. You need to scooch back. Oh, I don't think you can save it. You need to at least get the shot off, and I mean, you get Avil, but yeah, it's still fine for Liry. Got another rocket card out, and now you have the rocket card advantage as the defender. That is huge. Did I say rocket ship? I feel like I said rocket ship. I wish I had the rocket ship. Oh no, we can't be allowing that. All right, third TC coming in for Liry. He is cruising. Oh, jeez. What is it with these guys, man? Hera in the last series, Liry here against guys with extremely good micro. And it's just like, it'll just immediately win the Mangonel Wars when it's literally his opponent's only chance at this point. Yeah, the hissing was way too fast. Resources collected. It's actually not as ahead for Liry as you might think based off of the bill counts, but yeah, it's fine. Liry's gonna drop a castle whenever he feels like it. Probably like over here. Oh no, these rocket carts have been getting so much value, man. 8 kills on them. Yeah, if that castle goes up, then Sebastian might as well tap out. Unfortunately, some very one-sided games here. Lovely, lovely Korean castle. Oh no, not again! Oh boy. Let's put this on ×2 speed. 3-1? I'm sure there's some tiebreaker where that's better. Still going strong, but 6.5 hours. Game is so obviously over. We can just put this on ×2 speed. And I don't think anyone can say negative about that. There we go. I mean, it's just Sebastian fell so far behind in the early galley fight, and then he tried to make a Castle Age play. He did at least have a competitive Castle Age time, but Liry just playing it so well. Right, oh no. All right, Liry 1 game away from a win, and again, if the first day's winners are Viper, Yo, ACCM, Hera, Liry, that just feels like the most expected results possible. And this game could also be very fast. An all-time classic. Casting the Rex? Oh, yeah, no, things have been going pretty well so far. I mean, things dipped, of course, when T90 came online, but, yeah, other than that, people seem to be having a good time. And here we are, guys. Of course, we'll zoom through early games still. Also, I might need to do a little bit more zooming tomorrow because, again, I have to leave for an eye appointment at 3 o'clock my time, and it's currently 3:18. So I guess I can only stream for like 6 hours tomorrow. Anyway, Wu here for Sebastian to the northwest, and Georgian's here for Liry to the southeast. I kind of like Wu more, but Liry's actually going with the fish part and not the fish part, if you know what I mean. Yeah, the J appointment's the day after. Don't like the Sibs. That seems totally fair and reasonable. Well, I mean, if you're not contesting water at all, Sibs gets clubbed. Lol. Another game in a set? Not really. Everything's duplicated anyway. I mean, if I was paying close attention, I could see, okay, how many games there are exactly. And if I really wanted to, I could look at the file size, but obviously I just try not to do that. Oh, yeah, ruining AoE 2 again. Yeah, 6 hours, I know. I'm such a lame streamer. Also, are you a Borderlands fan, Bones45? I'm a huge Borderlands fan. Totally haven't been playing Borderlands 4 in all my off time and not doing more productive AoE content. Alright, Men-at-Arms upgrade incoming. Now, the Men-at-Arms play is going to be generally less effective than if Liry was also fighting for the middle. But that's also why I actually love Liry's approach. Also, wait a minute. Yeah. No reason to go on super speed. But yeah, what I want to say here is, I love this from Liry. Your Georgians, your strength and hybrid maps is that because you have the free mule cart, you can go onto water super fast. So just go do that. And then instead, you can avoid Wu going for swordsman.
准备就绪，什么？
So, you know, you're not in a situation where Georgians have to open men-at-arms to deal with the Wu's men-at-arms, and the Wu just have the better men-at-arms play. No, I like this a lot, actually. Is it buggy like Borderlands 3? I mean, it has its fair share of bugs, but it runs just fine. And Guild Wars 2. I've never played Guild Wars. Yeah, all the big games have bugs. It's not like AoE 2 doesn't have bugs. But it's like, it's still mostly fine. Anyway, 4 fishing ships here for Liry. His eco is going to be a lot better. Now remember, he has invested more into water, so this resources advantage is not as significant as you might think. But it is still an advantage, especially over time. But GPU, I have a 4070. Which is good enough. Double bit X just now coming in for Liry. It's not in for Sebastian. That's definitely something he's going to want to pick up. Oh yeah, Borderlands 3, it took several, you know, years worth of patches, but it's like, by the end of the Borderlands 3 life cycle, it was actually a very, very smooth, clean game. Oh, is it a 4060? I don't even remember, guys. System information. Oh, it is a 4060. My bad. Lol.
Get your arse.
LUL. Anyway, great fight for Liry. He's in a fantastic position. Sebastian is going to kind of not at all actually be in an okay spot to defend. How does he defend against Archer plus Scout? With good walls and towers. I mean, he's not even winning here on water. Liry's still fishing. Fine. Oh, yeah, we're absolutely fine. It's a pretty CPU-heavy game, though. And, like, the only major performance issue I have is that it just takes forever to load in the shaders. And so, like, when you start the game, and when you, like, just go to a new area, it, like, is super choppy, but then it just kind of smooths out relatively fast. So that's the only performance issue I have. Anyway, there is a nice little kill there, but it just feels like Liry is in complete control right now, just with his fishing ship opening that wasn't really punished that well, as the men-at-arms just could not really find any damage on the other side. I mean, you got Avil, which is nice, but Liry going to be just getting too far ahead in economy. Now, it is 2 docks here for Sebastian. He's also getting +1 defense, and it's not like Liry is clicking up to Castle Age anytime soon. New expansion? That's wild. I mean, the last archer is going to go down, which means that the healing spearmen are going to be in a better spot. I mean, Wu spearmen are very good, and that's a much better fight here for Sebastian. Bloodline's not in yet. Do spearmen get to... No. Scouts with bloodlines are already, like, the best feudal age unit. Unless you just want to make bloodlines a castle age upgrade, which is an option, to be fair. But, as it stands... That would be interesting. What if Bloodlines had to be a Castle Age upgrade? Anyway, Scouts are chased away, but the longer that this game goes on without Liry suffering any sort of catastrophic damage, the better. He's almost certainly going to be vastly faster up to Castle Age. The fishing ship eco is paying off. Look at this. 400-500-ish more food collected. early Castle Age. I mean, it would make it would nerf the Knight transition in early Castle Age, which may or may not be a good thing. Anyway, +1 defense in, no other scout upgrades. Good micro here from Sebastian. It certainly isn't a bad thing for him. But that's the thing, guys. Liry is on his way up, and Sebastian is simply so far off, so that even with the 5 villagers killed to 1, even if Sebastian actually is just going to win water right now, does any of this matter when Liry is going to be up to Castle Age and can do whatever early Castle Age transition you want? Yeah, this does feel kind of over. I mean, Sebastian is Palisade walled, but it feels like there's an opportunity here for Liry to just go for Knight plus Crossbowman or Cav Archer and just do a massive amount of damage. As these fishing ships have paid for themselves many times over at this point. They're only just now going down. And the thing is, Sebastian can't fish himself, right? If you try fishing, like, any amount of Knights are going to come in and kill the fishing ships. I mean, it's still probably what you need to try and do, but its timing just feels too off. Shut up, Crocodile. Don't you hiss at me. Oh, the market needed to come in sooner. Also, you're not abusing the market. The market is not a victim of abuse. The market is being utilized for its intended function. I never know why people say, like, oh, you have to abuse the market. Games are from this morning. This morning is a very relative phrase. The series start at midnight my time. So, very, very technically in the morning. It shows the market who's boss, yeah. Oh, wait, is there... Okay, there's not a hole there. But Bodkin and Crossbow both coming in, and Liry's actually making both Knights and Cav Archers. Second TC coming in for Liry, and I have very few issues with how Liry's been approaching this. It's like so much effort to kill the 3 or 4 fishing ships. And although I think you need to try and go for the fishing ships yourself regardless, it just feels like it's going to be a little bit too delayed. You have a big villager advantage, but because your eco is significantly more inefficient, it really doesn't feel as great. During my peak hours. Yeah, I'm sorry, Norther, that not everything is catered to you. Except for me casting in this time slot, which is literally catered towards European viewers. But is also better for people in North America. And South America. So yeah, but I'm still pretty happy with how things have gone today. Oh boy, Liry getting more value here. We had at least a few really good games. Even if the series themselves didn't feel all that competitive, like, there were some very good games. The market, yeah. Aren't you sleeping? Anyway, this is looking pretty over. Chan Swordsmen are not the answer, guys. Not against Cav Archer plus Knight. Double bit only just now coming in. Remember, Liry got that in early Feudal Age. Your workday starts? I hope you mean later on in the stream. Otherwise, West Coast is 2 hours behind me, so I would start at 7 a.m. Hopefully you get to sleep in a little bit more than that. But yeah, this is what I normally cast anyway. There's always a hole. I mean, that's kind of a given. Guys, if we were doing a geometric proof, this would be a given. Liry adding in a third TC. He is just cruising. Yeah, we've been live for over 6.5 hours. $7:30 Pacific. Well, there you go. Although, to be fair, you missed Game 1, and Game 1 was one of the best games of the day. I said geometric proof, not group. Chainmail armor coming in, but again, you're not making... Qian swordsmen aren't good at all against knights. And they're, like, only against cav archers. Siege Workshop coming in, but Georgians are also such a hard civ to push in general. I mean, look at the fortified church placement here. Liry's eco is literally about as efficient as you could possibly ask for. And you still only have 2 fishing ships.准备做戏。It's also funny. Yeah, everything I say is funny. That's obvious. Oh, he's gonna try and go for a ram push here. Now, there isn't a defensive mangonel. The mangonel is the biggest thing you want against this. Is this likely to work? No. Does Sebastian have a larger army right now? Yes, he does. So, not the easiest thing in the world for Liry, but yeah, the thing is that as soon as the Qian swordsmen have to go out of the ram, oh my god, that's so brutal. There just isn't any way that you're going to be able to pressure this. Liry's monks are going to get infinite value. It's so wild that the thing that boosts your eco is also the thing that defends your eco, that also produces the best defensive unit in early Castle Age. Fortified churches are wild for Georgians, man. No. No way. Guys, I think he might be rolling and or hating. By the amount of holes? Sure. Stone cost? But do we want to make a regular monastery have a stone cost? I think it's a really, really tough thing to balance. Oh, come on. No way on Doubt's green earth does this work. Cav Archer is immediately going to go for monk snipes. There's like 10 gajillion monks here going for conversions. They will, unless Liry actually has catastrophically bad monk control, which I don't think he will, this should be a very, very easy mop up for him, and it almost certainly is. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And that is going to be it, guys. Very decisive wins from all of the winners today. And it goes to show that so far in the LAN event, the players that you expect to win are dominating. I mean, there have been some good games here and there, but no actual upsets at all today. Still, we managed to shave off over 2 hours of the actual runtime. But let's see what the matches are tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be ACCM versus Viper, Nikov versus Sebastian, Hart versus Yo, Hera versus Liry, and Andy versus Vivv. Casting, why is the casting in air quotes, man? So that'll be good. I'm going to start at the same time as today. But yeah, that's going to be it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. P90 is the only one who isn't doing a rerun, so we'll go ahead and rate him, I guess. But thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow.